Okay. Last we left off, taking the aforementioned nerds with you from the deck of a full ironclad ship to your dragon, to Teague, to the underneath of Teague after putting a sack over their heads. The three scholars that they gave you, Claire, a short, dwarvish, ginger woman, apparently part of the engineering guild, and two Fey residents by the name of Gilk and Trent, a centaur and fairy, respectively. I believe one dealt in like abjuration, and the other one dealt in dabbles. Dabbles in generally everything. You brought them down to the belly of the Beacon of Repentance to go give them back the train that they were asking for. Introducing themselves and introducing themselves to some of your compatriots, Mondo particularly. Generally chatting, conversing, just seeing what they're about, and the phase shenaniganery seems to be a little strange even by your standards, with them opening a poultice which seems to smell heavily of the things that you like. And also gave some not great side effects. Them getting stuck and you having to wiggle them away, like teleport them out, I believe. But you spend the day just dismantling the train, and you make some good progress in it. The vibes take a turn when night falls. You all take a watch just in case. Some of you taking your elvish meditation, some slumbering fully, but you all post up at your respective locations. Claire in particular throwing down a disc that seems to expand out and then cover in a sort of bubble shield in a way, and she did not respond to anything the entire time she was doing that. When it was Chris's turn to take a watch, he made the decision to just head down the end of the tunnel and see what's going on there. He found a load of fragile corpses, but no orb or sphere of annihilation. Bringing this to the attention of the party led to some conflict of interest with Sylnia, seemingly. But despite that, Claire just wouldn't wake up no matter what you did. You Zero picking up the whole disc and just shaking it around like a snow globe. No response. It wasn't until the morning where she finally woke up and revealed that she is somewhat artificial, if I recall.
Somewhat?
Somewhat. To the extent of which she's not sure. She claims to have taken the Sphere of Annihilation as it is technically part of the Trin, using some weird esoteric method to drill down and then beam it up, according to her. The details of which are strange. She seems to be relatively normal about it, though. Despite the weirdness, she doesn't seem to be that phased. But kind of scrambling somewhat to just kind of take countermeasures. Zero, you call for Merrick to just keep an eye on the skies, stating that the ship that was just kind of zipping around Thane for a bit was over the city and no one noticed the entire night. At the same time, while following the hole that was left, this like 3-inch wide hole, using a impish Azek, it just goes all the way to the top, and from it you see a kind of furred figure bounding through the snow towards that imp. It was Charge, one of the receivers who was tasked with tracking the ship. Zero going to meet physically with Charge. Charge says he found the ship at some point, and it was screaming and disobedient, according to his words. Oh yeah, and also, side note, just no biggie. Chris pulled out his own eye and stuffs an ancient artifact into it. Don't be worried about that. We'll gloss over that part.
Right.
Yeah.
We did surgery on his eye.
Surgery is a generous term you're using. He successfully transplanted someone else's eye into his own skull, immediately which it burned into your eye socket, cauterizing itself into your head. And for a brief moment, you saw glimpses of another section elsewhere. A place not here, at the very least. With a new eye in tow and an orb missing. The nerds, if I recall, are still here. But that is where we pick up, with Zero outside on the carpet talking to Charge, or at least Charge is available. And everyone else underneath the Beacon of Repentance. That is where we pick up.
Alright, who goes first?
Yeah, I was like, who would like to talk or do something first?
Could I ask Claire, do you have a soul?
Someone's.
So Jarnhat sacrificed someone's soul for you?
Maybe, I'm not sure. Do you remember when you were born? Like every detail of it?
I have glimpses of things.
Chris lied. She's not going to question you on that. She goes, oh, well, I guess I don't have that kind of precognition you have. No, I don't really remember. I just kind of awoke. There I was. I had, they taught me a few things, but I kind of had most everything else baked in.
Do you ever get feeling like someone else, I guess, lives inside you?
No, I don't think so. Do you? Is that normal?
For certain people, might be. If they ever get a curse, or if a demon lord is following them.
Well, I don't think I have any demon lords following me, so I'm probably clear on that front.
Well, I feel like Jarnhat used unconventional means to create you.
That's probably a safe assumption.
And I would like to know how.
Well, I don't know if I have an answer for you. Not that I don't really want to, I'm not privy on all the details.
Aren't you curious yourself?
Maybe. I haven't really questioned it. Maybe the while could give Torsen the mouth. I'm here, so.
You should question it more.
Why?
So that you can ask Jarnhat every time you see him.
She kind of looks at you, confused. I'm not sure what that'll accomplish, but okay.
Well, it might annoy him.
And this is good how?
It's always good to annoy Jarnhat.
You seem to be pretty good at that. Yeah, just off the cuff feeling.
So now that you've pretty much accomplished your goals, what's your goal right now?
Same as it ever was, I guess. Got the rest of the train back.
And then you're off?
Yeah.
What's after that?
I don't know. Haven't decided yet. I mean, this is going to be the last, like, few weeks. Not my life, but just, this was going to be it for the last, next few weeks. So I just didn't really plan that far ahead. Whatever I'm feeling, I guess. Are you guys gonna let us take the train now? I know I kind of made it weird, but I honestly wasn't trying to.
No, not your fault. You're just following orders. Besides, there's a bunch of corpses back there that prove that moving a sphere of annihilation is a rather difficult task. So even if we wanted to take it, I doubt we could.
We might now.
Under what grounds?
We made a discovery.
And that discovery is...
Well, it's almost, I guess, sort of the same premise of how Claire did it, except we kind of need a tool.
And what tool do you propose that we use?
I guess it's kind of in the works, but it will happen soon, I think.
Riley will turn to Claire. So are we on a time limit to get this train back or anything?
I don't think so. Just, ASAP, if possible. And mostly just there in one piece. That's the most important part. Or several pieces. Well, if they can assemble it into one piece, they would call that a success.
Right. That is the plan.
Yeah.
And it is Silnia's position that the Sphere of Annihilation belongs to them.
I think so, yeah.
See, Chris, there's the other problem. We take the Sphere of Annihilation, they're no longer going to consider the train fully assembled and will therefore not honor the agreement. How do you plan to overcome this?
Well, they already took the Sphere of Annihilation.
Uh-huh.
But we'll see if they use it for good.
Ah, so you're thinking about after the fact then.
Yeah.
Well, good luck with that. Alright, let's get this train disassembled then.
Okay. Claire sort of turns to Gilk and Transcore, still kind of hiding on the tent. She opens the flaps. Alright, back to work. You hear audibly Gilk go, "What are you?" But they do eventually go back to work. A bit timidly now that, for lack of a better term, the vibes have turned rancid. At least according to them. Okay. Zero, you're out in the cold with a robot below you. A robot, mind you, that has a bunch of, like, dead furs. Not draped over it, but, like, stuck, frozen to, like, the metal of them. They're fresh and refrigerated.
Like, he's collected these on his own?
Seemingly. Yeah.
What do they seem to be from?
Just on a cursory glance.
What color are they?
Patchwork. It looks like various of white, grays, and browns. You don't find any whole animals, but the skins.
Does anything look like a Yeti?
Make a investigation check. Is that... You roll 2 natural ones, but because of the roguish... What was it? Reliable talent? That's a 20. High-level rogues. Looking... There's white fur that's... You're not exactly a Yeti or Arctic lifeform expert, but you're confident enough that it's a coin flip that is either some sort of large, like, wolf of a kind, or it might be Yeti fur. It's kind of like, he kind of has like a rib cage like protrusions on the back. Generally has like a hunch stance, just due to the structure of the robot, but there's like a large white fur that's kind of draped over and frozen, stuck to the rib cage outside. And it is a coin toss whether it's a big white wolf or it's a Yeti.
Is he taller than me?
If he stood straight up, he'd probably be slightly taller, but just the nature of his hunched form, he's like probably like a foot or so shorter when he's hunched, but he's always hunched.
I'm going to look at him and I'm going to say, hey, for future reference, if you need furs, do not acquire them from anything bipedal, okay?
You don't know what facial expression it has because it doesn't have a facial expression, but you hear the voice. Is that a rule now?
I would say so, yes.
What if they're trying to attack me?
Again, I didn't say don't kill it. I just said don't, for the purpose of acquiring furs, don't touch those.
Why?
Because those are people, and seeing you wear people skin is a bit uncomfortable for the rest of us people with skin.
I'm not going to be around people.
You might someday.
I'd prefer not to.
You don't like being around me right now?
No.
Okay. Well, if your stance on that ever changes, bipeds don't like to see you wearing the skin of other bipeds. Got it?
I'll note it.
That ship. You have a way of hearing it, right?
Yeah, we all do, in a way. Well, not you, but us.
Are you able to communicate with it from afar, like this?
Close by, I can try, but not long range.
Is it close right now?
It was.
So it's not anymore.
No.
Can you approximate what direction?
he points exactly to you. It'd be about like northeast or so. He says about 27.1 degrees that direction.
Do you think it's closer to the Howling Bells?
Honestly, things so fast. Could be anywhere by now. Last I saw it,
Okay.
that direction.
For the time being, because you made it all the way out here, and I don't want you ending up in the hands of, you know, the wrong people. I'm going to take you back to Teague with me. And again, you're going to have to be around other bipeds. They probably won't care about the Yeti skin nearly as much as I will, but, I don't know. Consider not flaunting it, I guess.
Make a persuasion check. Char just looks you in the eye with the one eye it has. No.
To which part?
Going inside.
Why?
He kind of just looks around, just like the desolate white wasteland you're in. I prefer it out here.
Is he concealed with all these furs? Like, does he look like a person? Like, could he be mistaken for just a normal person from the sky?
I will say with your general aptitude for stealth, you don't need to roll for this. What he's assembled kind of looks like the world's shittiest ghillie suit. But a ghillie suit. Like, if from afar he might be mistaken for like some sort of roving creature, or perhaps like a traveler with furs. If he laid flat on the ground, he could be just like a dead animal in reality. Like from afar, yeah, he looks like some sort of furred thing. You gather that he sticks on dead pieces of animal to himself, partly possibly due to just like self-identification, like a physical identity for himself, and also partly as camouflage.
Was he one of the ones that was in the Howling Bells with us?
No, I believe that was... Who was that?
It was one of the bigger ones, right?
It's one of the bigger ones, yeah. I don't think I actually wrote down his name, which kind of sucks. There's Doc there for sure.
Yeah, Doc and
Bite, if I recall.
Oh yeah, something like that.
Yeah. Yeah, Doc was like the self-proclaimed doctor of the receivers, not like we need one. And I believe Bite was like the warden, in a way.
He was the one punching through the tunnel, right?
He was like punching through the tunnel and be like, I shall destroy you, ice tunnel. That one.
Wasn't it like Killbite or something like that?
Killbite, that's what it was.
There you go, that's the one.
Yeah, those Doc, I believe, is still there, and so is Killbite. Charge was told to go find the ship. And he did a couple times anyway, and now he's kind of keen to report, I suppose. The fact that he moved from the top of the continent to here in like a couple days is pretty impressive. But he found a way.
I'm just going to rub my temple and just say to Charge, fine, you don't have to go inside of the city with the people, but for the purpose of knowing when that ship returns to Teague, because I have a feeling that it will, can you stay here for, I don't know, until you're dismissed?
Fine. I'll stay outside your walls.
I'll do my best to warn anyone not to come bother you. However, if somebody bipedal does come out here, a human or just a person, can you do me a favor and not kill them?
If you start throwing rocks at me, I'll make no promises.
Will rocks kill you?
It's annoying.
Because right now, I promise you, a lot of people, out of everyone in that town, the ones that can kill you would not be throwing rocks.
I won't shoot anyone while I'm here.
That's not what I asked. I said, I need you to not kill anybody.
As long as you don't die, they'll be fine.
That's not what I said.
Well, they won't be dead.
I'm just going to shake my head and walk away from him back to the city.
Yeah, and as you're flying towards the city, he starts like bounding through the snow. He's almost like wearing like really light snowshoes, I guess. He has paddle-like feet. So he's almost running on top of the snow as he's doing it. He is keeping pace with you. Eventually he stops probably a couple, like 100 feet from the walls and kind of just like digs himself a pit that he covered himself with snow on. You kind of mentally mark his location and just roughly gauge where he is. But he's just buried himself in a pile outside the walls. Okay, as you head towards the city. Crossing through and just seeing all the dregs of society just kind of listlessly wandering through the town. And you haven't really taken a good look, but like you must have been in and out of the Beacon or Pens as you're kind of flying over the city. There is elements, I guess, of village life beginning to crop back up again. Now that the expectation that these, people know how to work or like survive as long or like be on the lookout of people stabbing them to death in their sleep for their boots. Maybe a little bit, but you see more people like gathering kind of like in their own little cliques or like communities, I guess, starting up small fires, just huddling around it, like hobo fires in a way. The vibe is simultaneously desolate yet hopeful, if that makes sense. Before it was just pure dread, populated, but just abject agony. Now it's, I don't know, people are beginning to come together, despite the danger. But flying towards the Beacon or Pens, you see Merrick still looking up at the sky, the ever-watchful sailor. And passing through the door, Gary on the other side. Equally keeping an eye, but on the interior. Okay, heading back down to the basement.
No, I'm gonna go speak to Merrick first.
Okay. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, you just kind of stop. Still on the carpet, but kind of stop just short of the door. He doesn't look at you, but seems to acknowledge your presence.
I will, stop to speak to Merrick. I'm gonna tell him there is a fur-covered receiver at the edge of city limits. He's keeping a watchful eye right now for the ship. He says he can sense it, or hear it, I guess I should say, when it's close by. It's far right now, so you can ease up, and hopefully he will have a way of notifying us when and if it does come back anytime soon. Please spread the word for anybody and everybody not to interact with it, because I cannot guarantee it will not kill them. Just, I don't know if it needs a reason. Just don't approach it, don't engage with it.
Yeah. As you say that he doesn't need to keep a close watch anymore, he kind of just like rubs his eyes, like as if he hasn't blinked the last 2 minutes. He kind of just nods towards you. Got it. And begins to kind of walk down the steps, presumably to do exactly what you told him to do. Just tell people to not touch the robot outside, if they can even find it to begin with.
Okay. Then from that point, I think I'll head back downstairs.
Okay. And knowing the password and everything, you just, just casually float downstairs and find Claire, Gilk, Transk, Mondo, and everyone else here pretty much, except Nix doesn't want to do anything. Everyone pretty much working on this assembling train as if nothing happened last night. Yeah, as you descend down, Claire sort of looks at you. Oh, hi.
I ignore Claire.
Nice carpet. I like the colors. Claire kind of walks over, like tickles the underside of the carpet. Coo. Is it alive?
I go past Claire, like I don't stay to interact. I go, and I'm just looking for the gang.
Yeah, and they're around. I'm assuming the boys are working on the train, or do you want to do something else?
Working on the train.
Okay. Yeah, and you do see the 2 of them.
I'll just be looking around with my new eye.
Yeah. Look around, you do, and Mondo looks different. Mondo looks he doesn't have a large frame anymore. The dreads. He's skinnier, more gaunt. Still has a mask on, but yeah, you kind of see. It's strange when you're looking at him. It's not just like you see through it. It's quite literally burning away the illusion in your vision. Like, you can see both forms if you wanted to. You could turn the true sight off, but when you look at him, it's like the illusion that he has up. It's quite literally smoldering and just kind of burns away in your vision.
Is there any like noticeable like injuries or something he's trying to cover up?
Make a perception check. You don't get an advantage or anything, but you do get the chance to see it. Does it investigation? Whatever, it's fine. I meant perception, but I'll take it because I think I said the wrong thing. Yeah, you're kind of looking around, and eventually he does have to travel through the carriage a couple times, so he does have to turn around. And when he turns his back to you, you can see at the back of his head there is a fairly large and pronounced, jagged, not clean-looking scar across the entire back of his head. It almost looks like a fissure in a way that it did not heal cleanly whatsoever.
Can I determine what race he is?
It's not hard to tell without. Well, he doesn't have pointy ears, at the very least. He's tall, like not you or Zero tall, but he's not a dwarf. You wagered he's probably human, or some variant of it, maybe, or some other race that looks human without the face.
Yeah.
The ears are normal though.
What about everyone else, like Transk and Gilk?
They are the same as ever. Claire is not under an illusion, so that is a physical form at least. And neither are any of your compatriots. Yeah, other than Mondo's illusion, you don't see anything of note with your newly found ill-gotten true sight.
I'll probably help out with the train as well.
Okay. After finding this, you begin to help out the train, and yeah, Zero, you see your two skinny elf boys just work doing heavy manual labor. Okay. Are you just going to work on the train and just finish disassembling the rest of it today?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
Unless we want to keep anything.
Nope.
Okay. So barring anyone else wanting to do everything, or anything, you guys spend the next. You already disassembled one carriage of the train previously. You disassembled some of the front carriage or the front engine and the middle carriage the last night. So today would be just a skeleton of the carriage plus the hardest part, the engine. I would normally make you guys roll, but with the inclusion of the scholars, the nerds, one of which being a full engineer and the other one being Mondo's being a mad tinkerer, who spent the last couple weeks deciphering this thing. With their expertise, the operation goes relatively smoothly. It does take you the vast majority of the day as you disassemble. The time it took you to disassemble the carriage, like both carriages, is probably like the effort to do that was much less than the front engine. And when it came to the front engine with all the intricacies and all the magical parts that have to be meticulously pulled out, or otherwise it'll explode, according to both Mondo and Claire, it became you just assisting them, like the nurse assisting a doctor. That takes the remainder of the day and takes you into night. Occasionally Gary comes down and gets lunch, like whole trays with like nuts and dried beef. He tries to make a sandwich. It's not. He does the best he can.
Where is he even getting bread?
Great question. You have no idea. Considering that there has been no supply shipments since, he somehow has managed to find stale bread that is still good up here.
Well, I mean, it's nice and frozen and preserved at least.
Yeah. Maybe that's it. Or maybe he just found some. You're not entirely sure that you're not sure if you want to ask, though I'm not going to stop
Fucking
you.
Rangers.
Yeah. He used his ranger ability, forage bread.
Actually, can I
Holy
do
shit,
that
wild
while-
bread.
What's that, sir?
Can I do that while they're disassembling the train? I didn't have any plans to help disassembling after the whole Claire thing. I think she was very put off by all of this and doesn't really want to help out too much and is just watching Claire.
Okay.
So at some point, can I do that? Can I teleport to... Not to split the party, and I don't want to make it like a whole hour and a half adventure. I just want to go and get some errands done. But like 2 birds with 1 stone it while I'm out in Obethus.
Okay. Sure. So teleporting to Obethus then.
Yeah, I'm gonna go by myself. And I'm gonna go to Obethus with intention to raid the market. But I think while I'm there, because we already have connections in like the underground, kind of with the faceless, right?
Yeah, in the undermarket, somewhat, yeah. Like they have as much pull there as any other criminal faction.
Can I go back down there?
Yeah. You remember the way, and I don't remember if there was a password. I don't think there was. Maybe a toll. But, you know, you're Zero of the Zodiacs. Publicly, your deeds aren't super well known, but underground methods may be a little more. You don't find any issue getting down to the undermarket. So I'm just pulling up the map here as well.
So is just Zero going?
Unless anyone else will do
Yeah.
anything and help with, other than helping with the train. Zero, I think, specifically kind of just left and teleported there. But you're still free to do whatever else you'd like to do if you want to do it solo or with someone else. Up to you.
Helping with train.
I want to talk with Murrin to talk about like maybe setting up some sort of trade with Nelid or something like that, because the Nelid has a lot of wood and could help rebuild the city. But that doesn't need to be right now.
Okay, yeah, we'll do that after Zero's tasks. Okay, but Zero, finding your way down to the undermarket. In the winter, this kind of snow melt kind of puts a lot of the wastewater down in the cistern. It's almost like the world's most grotesque waterfall as you're descending down into the sewers. But you're winding left, right, finding holes punched out by some creature being repaired by kobolds. You eventually find yourself in the seedy underbelly of criminal activity at the undermarket. What do you want to do here?
I'll shop next time I'm here, I guess, but I'm gonna go straight to where I found the faceless last time.
Okay. Like their main hideout?
Yeah.
Okay. I believe that is some ways off the undermarket. Not super nearby, but like it's connected. But you kind of remember the way. You kind of vaguely find your way. You kind of get lost in some ways, but you can read Thieves can't. Though most people get who read Thieves can't. But kind of deciphering it, you see various like notations depicting where the faceless are, probably for like business deals. Following that, you do find yourself towards a broken down but intact, just kind of wooden door with a slot in it. Roughly where you met the faceless last time.
Fuck, what was his name?
The leader?
Yeah.
Well, he first came to as Poe.
Yeah. But he gave us a name, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he did. I think it was Gammus Reedon, if I recall.
Yeah, that sounds right. I mean, yeah, I will knock on the door.
Okay. You knock, and you knock 3 times, and by the second knock, the slot opens up, and you see some yellow eyes with like white scaly face looking at you. Kind of narrows for a little bit. Yeah.
I need to speak to Gammus.
And who are you?
I'm Zero of the Zodiacs.
Oh shit, you are. Okay.
He knows us, yeah.
Oh, I know you now. All right.
Oh.
This slot kind of closes. You hear a bunch of locks unlatching, and then the door just kind of opens, and you see a white dragonborn, fucking ripped to shit, wearing plate armor.
Is he hot?
I mean, if you're into scalies, I guess.
Why'd you have to make it weird? I just asked if he was hot, whatever.
He's a lizard man. What do you want? Do you like ripped lizard men? Then probably.
Whatever. Is he just the doors open, or is he just standing in the doorway?
Right, door's open. He moves out of the way.
Okay. I walk in.
Yeah, and you see the same kind of long corridor with a bunch of like cots and people sleeping in the cots. Generally, a musk of thievery combined with unwashed hobos, because that is kind of the life they lead down here. Also, you're in the
Smells
sewer.
like home.
Smells like home. You're very familiar with these kind of smells. Yeah, you see a bunch of people down here, all seedy looking, some lithe, some thick, all presumably members of the Faceless. You see the
Like
Dragonborn.
everyone- Good. Okay.
Dragonborn male kind of goes away from the door. Yeah, I'll get him for you.
Okay.
You kind of see there is a kind of human figure. Kind of like a ginger hair. But otherwise unremarkable. Just kind of sleep in the cot. You see the Dragonborn just kind of wind up a kick and like kick the underside of the cot. Get up. You see the figure kind of the bleary eyes kind of look towards you. Well, isn't that 0? As the figure kind of gets up and passes through the White Dragonborn, he kind of changes shape again to a woman. Human again, but almost like the same person, but gender bent. And then passes across a pillar and is now dressed as like a halfling Poe, pretty much, like fucking very much like Ebenezer Scrooge, like thick mud chops. Yeah, what can I do for you today? Pleasure to meet you again.
Hi.
Hi.
I had a favor to ask, if possible.
Ooh, favors. I don't know if I do favors. I do business. Much as I like you, but ask anyway.
Okay, well, you let me know what your price is, I suppose. I am going to be back in Obethus in about the next week or so. I'm not certain what day, but soon. My friends and I intend to have an audience with the Platinum Council. Whether or not that will be on their terms or ours or a complete surprise is still up in the air. And I was wondering if, since I can't be here right now, if it's possible, since you guys have eyes and ears everywhere here, if you could possibly almost kind of scope the place out for us. As in, I don't know. Find answers to where they would be gathered in whatever building in the city that it is. What the security detail would look like and what they might have at their disposal in terms of defense and those types of resources. And then also highlighting a few of the members and surveilling them in the days leading up to our meeting, just to get an idea of who exactly we're working with here. Those members being, what's her name? Is it Lyra?
Lila Verseri.
Yeah, I'll say Lila Verseri. Who is the really nice one that Marin warned us about? There was a member of the Platinum Council that was like very charitable or something.
Oh, that probably head of community, probably Jocelyn Klimtor, if I recall.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
That sounds familiar.
So I'll say, yeah. Lila, Jocelyn. Was there anyone else?
I don't think we know the names of any others, do we?
I believe Brandon's give you the
Unless
rundown.
Rin Yeah, she gave us the rundown. Never mind.
Yeah, so like she didn't meet all of them personally, but she at least knows their names. Yeah.
I will mention those two by name, I guess, and then just ask for any additional information on any suspicious behavior that any of them might. What's the word? That any of them might be showing.
Yeah, the kind of jovial look that Gammas had, or Poe, wherever who goes by these days, kind of like fades to like seriousness. I mean, Zero, I'll be honest with that baby, but if you were asking like, smuggle a thing, get a thing, we're friends. I'll do that for you. No, this is a business transaction.
Right,
I mean,
and
finding a weakness in the glass palace, that is it's a tall order even for us, but not impossible. That might be something I had to take care of personally, honestly. Been a while since I've been on the field. So, what does Gammas cost? He seems kind of like almost like playing with his tongue inside of his lip. Like he's just kind of like moving it around. You see it like bulging out the bottom of his lip. It's called friend discount. You don't want me to steal anything from the place, do you? Just to look at it, scope it out.
Right.
Okay.
And you don't even need to get that close. I don't need you to brush elbows with them on the street. I just need you to get us more information before we go in there blind. I need to know if there's a certain day of the week they gather. If so, what building, what room.
Well, if they gather, I can tell you this for free. Friend discount. They're all going to gather in the Glass Palace. That much I can guarantee you. As for their whereabouts day to day, that is a different question. You're right to be suspicious of our little Miss Frisari. Jonathan seems to be on the up and up, but never trust anyone that's that good. Let's see. So, speaking of friend discounts, I think I'm the only one that can handle this. So, let's call it 6,000, and that's 50% off.
Okay. I also want a estimation, I guess, of what kind of manpower we're looking at in terms of the security outside of the Glass Palace, because as of right now, without any means of just getting inside, it's looking a lot like we might have to just smash our way in, and that's gonna get messy, but at least to know what we're up against, I guess.
Well, if your goal is to talk to them, I doubt breaking in through the front door is a good first impression. Oh, that's liable to get you another bounty. One that they won't forget this time.
I shrug. There might not be a planet in like a month, so I'm not worried about a bounty.
Fair enough. But I can tell you that it's heavily guarded. But it's your standard run-of-the-mill, jughead, so I wouldn't be too concerned. On the outside, at least. Inside, hard to tell. I broke in there once, ever. And that was a couple years ago, so things may have changed since. Hold on. Make sure, okay. Jesus. He sort of goes, broke in there once, but, as incompetent as the current king is, the council is, less so, and I doubt they'll be willing to make the same mistake twice. But price still remains 6,000. Just for information and espionage.
Okay. Where do you want it? Here or?
Oh, if you have the money
delivered?
here, I'll be happy to take it now.
I don't, but I'll get it to you.
Whatever methods is convenient for you, so long as we're paid. That's all that matters.
Okay.
Well, I trust that you're one of your word. You'll pay us, so I'll get started now, even before payment.
I appreciate it.
Oh, don't get yourself killed, and don't get me killed either. He kind of just walks past without really saying bye or anything. Kind of claps the white dragonborn on the shoulder. You got the 10. Don't burn it while I'm out. And he just walks out the door.
Then I guess once I'm done there, I will leave the, what was it called? This area, the what?
The undermarket?
Undermarket, okay. I will leave the undermarket and I want to go to a normal market.
Okay. Just buying supplies.
Wait, okay, I want to go to a normal market in like the higher end of town, or maybe I mean there's going to be markets all over the city, right? For different, like, serving different areas.
Yeah, mostly the coin quarter has like the most markets, but for the big you want like the fancy stuff, like where you got all those like cool donuts. That'd be the Gemstone Center, but it's pretty much where you'd be exclusively getting your stuff from Abethus anyway at this point.
Okay, yeah, I'll go to the Gemstone Center, I guess.
Okay, what are you looking for?
How much would it be to like buy food, like raw meats and vegetables and stuff to make bread, but also if there is fresh bread?
Oh yeah, they got fresh bread. The issue with buying stuff at the Gemstone Center is that like it's not, well, you can get them in bulk, but like if you want like just filling bulk stuff, that's a coin quarter. That's like commoner stuff. Here it's like the same amount, but the prices are like 4 times higher because it's fancy.
Well, yeah, that's fine. I'm saying how much, it's not going to be in bulk, but how much can I buy?
Just to feed everybody for the day?
Well, not my party. I was going to bring some back to Teague.
Ooh, oh, Teague. Jesus.
So I'll buy some of the fancy stuff. How much is the fancy stuff going to run me? And I'll probably reserve that for, like, whatever guards are remaining in Merrick and Rin.
Okay, so you want to feed, like, everybody in Teague, or just, like, the personnel in Teague? It's people just kind of just living there now, and not really, like, working there.
I'm going to get the food for the personnel here, and then the food for the rest of the people living in Teague, which, I mean, how many is left? Like a couple hundred?
Yeah. There's a couple hundred, so.
I'll get the bulk stuff in the coin purse, I think you said it was.
Yeah. Okay, so good stuff for people you know. And then kind of...
Good stuff for people that are doing stuff for me, yes.
Okay. There's not a huge amount of guards left. Still gonna run you a good amount, though. How much money do you have on hand right now?
I only have like 1,000 gold right now.
Okay. Just trying to think. To get the good stuff for like the personnel, there's probably like the party and then probably like 40 or so people. Probably run you just that alone is probably gonna be at least probably like 300 gold.
Okay. Can I... Can I buy half of it, steal half of it?
Big a sleight of hand check.
Like, can I steal half of it as I'm buying for stuff?
Mysteriously, a bunch of bakeries in the Gemstone Center just go out of business the next day because they just all the product got just absolutely grifted from them.
Well, don't say it like that. You're making me feel bad.
People are losing their jobs. You managed to go around the Gemstone Center and steal a lot of food. If you want, you can only pay 100 for the personnel.
Okay.
Okay, you want to get the rest from the coin quarter? For the dregs of society that live there?
Yeah, I considered also just going outside of the city limits and hunting a little bit. But I also don't want to take up the whole session, so we can go back to the boys after I. Okay, can I buy vegetables and breads and stuff? With intentions, they'll hopefully make like stews and maybe preserve some of this stuff, like stuff that they can feed people in bulk and not just like, oh, make individual, like I don't know, I'm rambling. Yeah, I'll buy the things I can't go get in the woods in the big purse for the. Stop calling them the dregs. That's sad. The citizens. They're people. They're living in our little city.
They're not people, according to this paper I have.
They're villagers.
Okay. You want to buy just raw bulk like stuff to last them a good while. Like a couple hundred people for a couple weeks. I call it 500 gold. They're not. It's not super high quality, but it's enough to fill their stomachs.
I would like to steal half of it.
They start with their hand check. The big purse no longer exists. All the goods got stolen. In a single hour, everything got stolen.
Maybe I should have gone to Sylmia to steal.
Greg, the local butcher, is getting divorced because he can't feed his family anymore. All the meat got took.
This will make the paper.
I wasn't gonna take meat.
All the bread got took.
Whatever.
Brad, the local baker, is getting a divorce. Yeah, you can pay half if you want to, so 250. Okay, you're gonna go outside and hunt the rest of the food?
Yeah, I'll go out and hunt. However many fucking deer I can carry. I don't know.
Okay, make a survival check.
That's not how you throw a dagger.
I mean, it's not just one dagger throwed.
You have to find the deer first.
Gotta find the deer, gotta track the deer.
As it can track the deer.
I mean, like, finding it, hard. They run fast. They move all the time. There's tree cover.
And we're like level 22 now.
Yeah, and Zero doesn't track stuff. Being high level doesn't mean you're good at everything. It just means you're good at the stuff you are good at. You're extremely good at stealing the entire city's food supply. You just don't really have cause to hunt.
Okay, maybe I don't need to go hunt a deer. Are there any other creatures out here I could be killing for food?
You find squirrels.
I don't want squirrels, Simon.
Well, that's about all you could find for survival. It's winter, also, I guess, so there's not a whole lot of game outside.
Stumble upon a crystalline rambler.
That'd be funny. Weirdly, that...
Are there any... That's what I'm saying. Are there any monsters? We'd be eating monsters. We can delicious and dungeon it. We can delicious and dungeon it. Fuck it.
First, chop the slime into small thin slices.
Are the dregs too good for a bullet meat? Come
on. With that survival check, it's going to be hard to find, like, anything out here. You just have no luck finding, like, any good life. You find squirrels. Would you like a bird?
I would like... What?
Would you like a bird? You can find birds.
No, I don't want a bird. I need to feed a village, Simon.
Oh, you can buy
I'd like to spend an hour casting Find Familiar to make Azek a hawk.
Okay.
So you do want a bird.
Or a squirrel.
Like, I'm tired.
You can use the bird to get squirrels.
And once he is Burb, I will have him be my eyes to find the deer or find the game, and then I will be the one to kill it. Because if there's anything I'm good at, if you're over here talking about, well, it doesn't make you good at everything. You know what I'm good at? I'm good at killing. Thank you.
Yeah. You're just not good at fighting the animals. Make a perception check with Isaac. Or, yeah, perception. Okay. Okay, I'll say he doesn't like just find like a herd of deer out in the wild. He does spot signs from up top. Like it's easier to spot stuff from above tracks and in the snow as well. If you would like, I would like to roll one more survival check with advantage to try to find a good source, like sizable, like wild game source. Okay, 10. Yeah, you didn't like spend your life like hunting or anything. You are good at throwing shit. Killing them. You're also good at sneaking too. So getting close to the deer is not an issue. Killing the deer is not an issue. It's when they scatter after the first shot. That's the issue. You repeat this a couple times over the next couple of hours. You're not exactly Janna levels of hauling it in like a whole meal, but you do manage to find herds of grazing deer just feeding on some berries, like 3 or 4 a pack. You chuck, I'm assuming your good knife, truth seer at them, and it goes perfectly well. It just drops instantly, but the rest just scatter when that happens. Finding them after that is a pain in the ass. The tracks kind of disappear. Like when you follow them, it's easy to follow, but then they go to the brush, and then it just kind of chaos from there. So you frequently lose the trail, but you do manage to haul in, I'll say 5 solid deer carcasses.
Yep.
Not the biggest deer, but deer. It'll last the villagers at least like a day or two. Probably maybe longer if they decide, have the wherewithal to preserve some.
Okay. Once I have those 5, I will then take them back to the Beacon of Repentance.
Okay, as you teleport back, Chris, you wanted to talk to Marin.
Yeah, just talking about the ways to build up the city and that sort of thing.
Okay. And Marin sort of just goes, what did you have in mind? What you going to source some contractors or something?
I think I did, well, I was getting I was getting Tannen to find some contractors and that sort of thing.
Yeah. And he did. I just don't know if I just know if payment got through yet.
I see, yeah. Well, I'll get back to you on like the contractors coming to build stuff and that sort of thing, but I think supplies. How are we doing on supplies?
Food stock is dwindling, and with no shipments coming from the ever-gracious Sylnia, it's going to continue to dwindle. Had a few, scant guards there are to go and hunt what they can, but they are not exactly rangers. Lost more than a few doing that.
How about like building supplies and that?
Well, seemingly stone was mostly sourced from the mountain down south. Now that the operation has been done and dusted, stone's no longer coming in. However, there is no shortage of recyclables in the city. Especially the outside. The population has been more than sliced in half. So not all these houses are in use. Easy enough to tear those down and reuse the materials.
I see. We need wood.
Possibly. We're not exactly a guild of carpenters up here. This is less of a city, more of an encampment for now. Subsistence over, well, everything else. It's defensible. We have some food stocks. I suppose the issue would then be heating. We can't house all the people here inside the beacon, where the only source of warmth there is. Though, seems most of them have started to live around it and just kind of feed from the heat atop the chimney.
Could have a... I know that Nelid sources a lot of wood, and I've known the mayor there for quite a while, but it might be something to look into, sourcing wood from there.
We're not exactly a city anymore, you know that, right? Publicly, I believe the Grand Arbiter is still alive.
I guess that's true. It's not as well known. So, might need those supplies if we are to transform this into a better settlement.
And if that's the goal, I'll gladly govern it. For now, this is a fort, I suppose. If you want to source the wood from Nelid, be my guest. If you're inferring that we trade, I'm not sure exactly what we would be giving. The Arbiter was not exactly known for his diplomatic tongue.
Well, maybe there's some source of, or some resources here that we could consider.
If you come up with something, let me know. If you want, having a wood supply would be a boon. I wouldn't call it a priority, but a boon.
Yeah, it might be something to look into in the future. But I will definitely get back to you on the contracts, contract work and that sort of thing, in order to rebuild some of this or repurpose and recycle some of the stuff that we have here already.
So it depends on what you want to do with this place. I was under the assumption that this was going to be a defensible spot, assuming the Sylnian fleet would attack. That I can help with. Even day-to-day governance, but as of right now, I seem to be just going on. So what is your ultimate goal with this city?
I think, for now, yeah, it's probably more of a defensible position. Um, but it would be nice if it could be transformed into a thriving city in the future.
So you seek to be a ruler.
Maybe not me specifically, but definitely a supporter of making the city better.
If that's the goal, then I'll have to start setting sights further ahead. Assuming we all survive.
I definitely think that you've been doing a good job so far.
I'm not sure entirely what I've done, honestly. The Sicilian fleet you've already disarmed. But wrangling what's left of the city, that is something that I feel like I'm more catered to. Either way, I'll be here. And she kind of just goes back to just like checking the little war table she has. There's all these like notes and such on it. Just take a sip of tea that you got from somewhere. Okay, what do you do?
Forage tea.
Foraged tea. Probably from like one of the officers' like personal supply. She's just like stealing. Okay, you head back to go help with the deconstruction. You want to do something else?
Yeah, I'll probably help with the deconstruction.
Okay. And Riley, you've just been doing that the whole time, correct? Unless you want to do something else?
Yep.
Okay.
Nope.
All right. So, a couple of hours pass as when Gary comes down for lunch, it is not sad sandwiches and like dried meats. It is actually pretty good spread of like, like fresh cheeses if it's a little bit cold now. Like basically like charcuterie boards. Like really, really expensively like tiny, like thin sliced hams. Preservables, but also good preservables. You can get a couple of like actual like meals. Fresh bread for once. It's basically still warm. You're not sure where Gary got this from.
Where do you get all these goodies from?
Oh, Zero came back and unloaded a cart wagon of food for everybody.
What? Surprised they had time to source all that.
Yes, I was surprised too. I do not know how they got to the city so quickly, or how they got so much food. This must have cost at least 10,000 dragon bones.
Oh yeah, they call them slices now.
Slices? When did they start slicing the bones? Maybe they've always sliced the bones. I do not remember now. It has been a long time. Both in and out of game. Yeah, but Zero, you come back and drop off the food as you want it, the officer's food, I guess, first, and then you're going to the peasant alley down there.
No. I'm gonna leave all of the food in the what's it called? The Beacon of Repentance, and I'm going to assign, one of the remaining officers if I can. Is there a cook? Any do any of them know how to cook?
Probably at least one of them. Yeah, they can probably cook a decent amount. Like he's not like the official cook, but like he's probably just knows how to cook.
Okay, I'm going to just ask the officers to show me the one who cooks.
Okay. And they point to like this, you're not sure how he's employed, honestly. Is this really like old, crotchety old man, like super hunched, like eyebrows that grow out way too long. They're like dangling in front of his eyes now. Super gray, liver spotted and everything, and he's like hunched over. He's armored and everything.
What's your name, sir?
Ah,
Oh Lord.
what's that?
Your name,
Oh,
sir?
it's Officer Plumbus.
Plumbus?
Plumbus.
Plumbus.
Yeah.
Okay. I brought you some groceries to begin preparing food with, if you're able to do that for me.
Oh, yeah, I know if I way around a cutting board or two.
I'm going to present to him all of the food that is like the more higher end expensive food, and I'm going to get another officer, so there's somebody younger and a bit more coherent there to hear me. For him and Plimbus here, I will say, this food here, this is for the officers here, any remaining Frostwalkers, for the current standing leadership, which is Ren and Merrick and you know their names by now, Gary and them. That's who this is for. And I'm imagining it's like a significantly smaller portion than, not significantly, like a considerably smaller portion than the other half with the dead deer. I'm gonna say, yeah, these are for the staff, essentially, of what remains of the Beacon. Then I will direct him to the other half of the food and the deer and all that, and I will say, this is to all be prepared in some kind of stew or whatever you see fit that would go a long way, and hand it out soup kitchen style for free to the remaining residents of Teak. Ideally by end of day if possible. If not, I understand this is a lot of meat to go through and have to butcher and all that, but yeah, teamwork makes the dream work, and I'll give both of them a little thumbs up.
Yeah, the other officer, the younger one, seems to be like it's a younger woman. Kind of sheepishly gives you a thumbs up and just kind of forcibly pulls up Plumbus's hand, makes him give a thumbs up too. Yep. Yeah, I guess we'll get started on that, right? Huh? Oh god. Yeah, as they'd be just kind of setting up a, I guess, makeshift like soup kitchen, in a way. Do you oversee this operation, or do you want to do something else?
I'm not gonna oversee it. I think I'll just leave them to it, and then I will go back and let Riley and Chris know. I guess I'll if Chris is up here with me, then I'll say hi to Chris or whatever, and I'll end up telling Chris what I did.
Yeah.
And not Riley?
I mean, Riley's not up here yet. We'll go back and meet up with Riley, and then I figured whatever I can't feed the villagers in deer, Riley can make up for it tenfold in fish. So
Probably, yeah.
There's a whole shark.
Squid.
Just a whole whale.
I've played these games before.
Okay. As you head downstairs, see everybody kind of on their break, I suppose, just eating portions of the food that Gary had brought down earlier while you were just explaining stuff. The Plimbus. She just yoinked the food while you weren't looking. Yeah, the stuff easily accessible that need to be cooked right now. Yeah, so everyone just kind of snacking away, including Claire. You're not even sure if she needs to eat. Would you like to partake in mealtime?
Eat ja.
Eatja.
Yes.
Okay. All your stamina bars refill. Jesus. Okay. The hallway kind of changes, like to one reality to the other in a way, but when it's one set, there is a direct connection from the bottom to the top. Over the next hour or so, you begin to smell like spices and like something warm, like this kind of like meaty, salty kind of wafting through the air, even downstairs. Zero, you probably know what that is. Chris, I think too. But you all continue working on the train either way?
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm assuming Zero, you're just watching Claire.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if they're just deconstructing and, I don't know, Claudine probably has an eye out. Maybe, yeah, I'll go back up and I'll help them. I can help do the dirty work of helping to butcher the deer or something. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know if Zero would know how to skin a deer.
With your survival thing, you could probably learn. Yeah. That wasn't really your forte. You were good at stealing, not skinning deer. But when you get back up there, you don't really need to. They had already done that weirdly quick, you think? All 5 deer skinned and chopped up into haunches and everything. You actually see Officer Plumbus just going absolute ape on the cutting board. You thought this dude was like 2 steps from death, and he is currently going the fastest you ever seen anything go. Like cutting these like leeks or some sort of root vegetable into thin strips and then putting them onto the knife and just yeeting them to a giant pot. You see there's a horde of like kind of dirty looking ex-prisoners at the door of the Beacon Repentance just watching the old dude go absolute ape. Even the assistant is kind of just, by comparison, a leisurely stroll. Bryn's just kind of watching, as is Merrick. And Gary's down there, but yeah, the smell of was they mentioned sourcing a large cauldron at some point. Set up a fire in the middle of the Beacon Repentance like throne room, and have just been running a soup kitchen. They kind of give like bowl. They have already set up like a workflow. Like someone serves, the old man makes the stew, someone serves the stew, then the people will eat, return the bowls, someone cleans it, and they just reuse it, and it's a cycle. You want to help with the soup kitchen?
Sure.
Yeah, and with everyone doing their kind of thing, the prisoners are all fed, and you hear like, despite how shit they must have had it up here for the last couple of years, this is probably the only time in a long time they've had a warm meal in their bellies. That wasn't just like stale bread, frozen bread, dried sticks of jerky, hardtack, even harder, made by the cold. This is a fresh stew with fresh ingredients in a warm building. They don't get an inspiration, but if they could, they would all get inspiration points.
Give them inspiration now.
The city of Teague as a whole gets a whole inspiration point.
You write that down. It's canon.
Teague as a city has an inspiration point.
Diplomatic point.
Yeah.
Misty will remember this.
Yeah, I guess at some point if anything happens to the city, be like, the city has inspiration. This one more meal, which they'll probably never get for another couple months, is it's like the best thing they've had in a long time. Some people start like openly weeping, and then the tears and snot that come out of their mouth like hit the floor, and then someone immediately mops it up. This is like the best they've been treated in a long time. By the end of the soup kitchen, everyone's been fed. There's like a bit of pushing and shoving, but Merrick really quickly puts like that to bed. Yeah, but the entire city gets fed. You see Plimbus just kind of like he's taking off the armor now and he's just sweating through his clothes. Like, he's worked for like for a little bit without break, despite all he is. Marin sort of looks at him and goes, Plimbus, you're fired. You're also rehired as a head chef. I guess that's a promotion for him.
Can I hold up a dagger to, not like pointing it? Oh, well, I am pointing it, but I'm not like actually getting close to people. It's just like one of the conveyor belt steps. I'm the last step before they leave after they've eaten their meal. I'm going to hold the dagger up and point it to them, not like trying to kill them, just pointing it at them. And I will tell Plimbus, thank you.
Yeah. And like a Canadian city bus, all the people that leave say thank you to the thank you to the chef. Like as they're returning the bowls. Thank you, Plimbus. Thank you, Plimbus. Thanks. Yeah, thanks.
We could sell that. The idea of Teague being a cultured city of food. Like the Paris of,
What resources?
the Paris of Hydecray.
That's crazy.
Because Teague has tea in its name, you know, like a cup of tea. But if you say it backwards, you have egg eat.
I'm tired of you. I'm tired of you.
Or well, sort of egg eat. Eight.
Chat, would Chrysostomus be a crypto bro, do we think?
I think so, yeah.
The issue was if Chris was a crypto bro, he'd be right like most of the time. He would actually get money from it.
Oh no.
Yeah, he would be the rug puller.
Fucking crypto messiah that's never wrong about anything tanking or going up. Plimbus immediately passes out in the corner. The assistant kind of just puts a little blanket over him. And Bryn is also eating part of the stew, actually. Yeah. Overall productive day. But all days must end. As the final bits of the train, you guys have all been kind of like neatly assembling and like disassembling everything into their own little neat piles. You haven't actually packed everything into the demiplane yet. But with the food served and the last bit of the train disassembled, literally the last thing that comes off the train are the wheels that are connected to the rails. You just kind of pull them off. Heavy metal, but in their own little corners, as almost the entire floor space of the little train station is now entirely covered in just piles of neatly organized bits of train. It is about like 10 o'clock at night by the time this all rolls around. It's when the charity event ends, and also when the train gets fully disassembled. Do you want to try to pack into the demiplane today, or want to wait another night?
Well, that's up to our wizard, isn't it?
In it.
In it?
We could. Yeah, we could do it tonight and then just drop it off somewhere.
Somewhere, he says.
We got your train. It's at the bottom of a lake, but we got it. Okay. Do you have access to multiple demiplanes? Or is it just
I
specifically?
think so.
It's not just one that you share, right? It's like you make as many as you like.
Each time you cast a spell, you can create a new demiplane,
Okay.
or have the shadowy door connect to a demiplane you created with a previous casting of the spell.
Oh, yeah. So you have infinite demiplanes, basically.
Yeah,
It's like a separate bag of holding every time.
essentially.
Yeah. And how big are they
30 feet.
in every dimension?
Yeah.
Okay. If you want to do it easy, there would be 3 castings of demiplane. Like that's enough to put all the parts like roughly on the floor that someone could go up and reach it. If you want to be crazy about it, you could try to stack everything into a single demiplane, but that would be ludicrous levels of Tetris. Like you have to go from floor to ceiling every square inch used, which you can try, but that maybe involves some checks. Something may be broken in the process.
Whatever, they have engineers.
That's true.
As long as we keep flying martyrs out of there.
You want to separate those, or are you just not giving them back?
Separate them for now.
Okay. Yeah, as you just disassembling, the flying martyrs have also been disassembled. Like even those have been disassembled, and they are just there's like these like glowing cores just sitting on a table. Probably whatever
What are the
caused
cores?
it.
What
As
are they made of?
hard to tell, honestly. They're kind of just circular and bright. Like when you're looking at them, it's too bright for your eyes to handle, except for one, which isn't too bright for it. You can see that it kind of cuts through all the light and the haze, and you can see they're made of like this. It's not perfectly circular. It's a glass cylinder with not a perfectly circular spheroid in it. It's like a D100 or like a D1000, I guess. It's not perfectly circular. It's just like cut into very, very small sections that look like it's circular. But it's really just like 1,000 flat faces.
Yeah.
As for the material, hard to tell. At least from a glance. You can try to investigate it further if you'd like.
Sure. I'll do that.
Make an Arcana check if you'd like. Okay. You're not entirely sure of the material, but you are kind of sure what happened to it. This is some sort of focus of a kind. It's less focusing like an effect and more like it's focusing in on itself. It's like a recursive effect. It's functionally a orb that it's like a sphere made of mirrors. And just someone just threw like a lot of light inside of it. A lot, and then they close the door. What is happening is basically it's so bright because it's just bouncing all this like energy, which you can probably wager is likely arcanium, or the energy of it at least, is bouncing infinitely inside this very tightly compacted space. That's a lot of energy in a small spot. You're probably guessing that's exactly what happens. Like is the energy is released in a single burst.
So the glowing orb is kind of like maybe concentrated arcanium.
In a way, yeah. It's less focusing into like a single point and more like compacting it into a volume till it's just on the cusp of breaking. And then it just has nowhere to go. So it's just constantly bouncing in on itself. It's even from your like even with a roll, your well-trained mage's mind, that energy is highly unstable, extremely unstable. Like in any other instance, this would just like either fizzle out or explode into like just unwild, just like an uncontrolled detonation, which is exactly what this is. The only reason it's not is because of its containment.
I see, yeah. Interesting. Yeah, I guess for now we'll kind of just throw everything into the demi-plane.
Okay. To 1, or do you want to do it easy? To a 3? That'd be a multi-day process, I guess. And be a multi-day process getting it out. But you won't break anything.
Maybe 1. Well, I guess we could do 3.
It's up to you. You're the one with the spells.
Because if it's 3, it's a multi-day, you'd say?
Like because you have to cast 3 separate multiplanes. Or demi-planes,
I
which
see.
I don't know if you have the spell slots for, just physically.
What about 2?
You can try. You still have to do some janking, but it's going to be a lot easier to do than 1, at least.
Yeah, I could probably do 2 the next day.
Okay, so you're waiting for tomorrow to try it then?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Alright, so with Chris not packing the parts into the demi-plane just yet, yeah. Do you guys all bed down for the night down here? Or do you want to do with the nerds?
Yeah, just to keep an eye on them.
I would like to do something.
What would you like to do?
I would like to sleight of hand Claire's little bed coin tablet out of her possession.
Okay. Make a sleight of hand check.
Sure thing.
Natural 1, so that's a 32. I think rogues are my least favorite class. She's pretty good perception and she doesn't see it. Yeah. You saw where she, ever since the incident, you saw where she keeps all the shit. Front pocket, left side. And just while she's not looking, busy doing something else, you just very quickly slide your hand in there and grab it. Despite being, like, allegedly artificial, she feels fine. Maybe. Like, it's still warm, still fleshy. When you put your hand into her pocket, it does feel like the warmth of a person. But you slide out a golden disc. Okay, you have that now. You trying to pocket it for now? You want to throw it into the ocean?
No, let's hold on to it.
Okay. Anyone else like to do anything before bedding down for the night? Assuming you're bedding down for the night.
Nope.
Okay. Much the same orientations as last time. With, I'm assuming, 0 up on the carpet with Claudian.
Yeah.
Yeah, same positions. The tent gets set up by Gilk and Transk. There is no mischief caused by them since
The incident.
ever since the incident. Because now they're genuinely afraid that they could just die here. That wasn't a concern before, but now it is. Yeah, the reality situation hit them real hard. Yeah, I'm assuming if it's the same orientation, Chris up in the top, Mondo across the train section, though there's no train blocking the way anymore. And Nick's down by the south. And if it's the same orientation, same set, Riley, do you want to do first watch, or do you watches at all?
Yeah, I'll do first watch.
Make a perception check. Okay. The first thing you notice, this happens really late into the night, actually, at minute 1, when the night starts. Claire goes to reach into the pocket and is like searching for something, and she's like looking around, like looking through all the parts around the ground. She seems to be looking for something, like pretty obviously.
I'll watch for another minute and then intervene if I need to.
She searches for the next minute. She's literally going through all the parts, like specifically, like all the beads. She's checking under them and like very meticulously going through everything. It's gonna take her a while.
Do you need some assistance finding your thing?
Oh yeah, actually, I seem to have
Riley will-
misplaced my little disc bed thing.
Yeah, Riley will join the search for like 10 minutes before going back to watch.
Okay. I mean, assuming your heart's not in it, really.
Well, it's just that he needs to be focused on, like, just keeping watch.
Okay, fair enough. Make another perception check.
Because Zero didn't tell anybody, right?
Nope.
Yeah.
Nope. Okay. Yeah. Riley will search in futility.
I would say if you had rolled higher than the sleight of hand, you probably would have noticed Zero's something about Zero. But alas, Zero's natural one is just too damn high for you. Yeah, you try to look for something and look for stuff. Don't find it. You just find parts.
That was the greatest sentence you ever said.
Yeah. Is it
Yeah,
is it
This is
wrong?
not my actual
Zero's not
highest
one.
modifier.
Zero's not one. It's just too high for you.
Yeah.
Because that is what it is. Hello, D&D.
I hate D&D.
Well, I gave it my best shot. I don't know where it's gone to.
Yeah,
Maybe you left it on the train?
maybe. That sucks. If I don't find it, it's gonna explode.
It explodes?
Yeah, I guess it's the kind of like classified object thing I did. I'm not really privy on all that details, but I think there's a thing in it that like if I don't touch it every 8 hours or something, it explodes automatically for like safety. I mean, I guess it's fine because it's gonna, I just like the bed.
She's bluffing.
Did I hear that? Not
Probably.
the bluffing part. Not the bluffing part.
Well, did you go to
But the
sleep in the?
exploding part?
Did you go to sleep in the first, like 10 minutes of the night?
Probably not. No.
Then you probably would have heard it. She wasn't being sneaky about this. She was just saying it out loud.
Can I insight check that?
Make an insight check. You know what? She's hard to read, but you don't get the sense that she's hiding a thing. You're not sure. You're generally not sure if this is a bluff or she's actually being truthful. Either way, she said it with utmost confidence. You're that much you're sure.
Well, with any luck, you won't have to requisition another one.
Well, maybe. I'd like not to. Those things are kind of expensive. And I think one of a kind. So. Well. The professor's going to get real mad at me.
Good.
To you, maybe.
Chris, you should probably check if it's in the train. If that thing explodes, the deal might be called off.
I'm gonna cast message to Riley and just say it's not in the train.
Riley will respond. Do you feel like getting exploded?
I'll send cast message again and say I won't. And fuck, what is the range on 1 becomes 2? Actually, I may not even have any uses of that. How many charges did I use of my truths here?
I don't know if
Because
it...
I did not get a full night's rest last night, so I don't think I have any charges at all.
If I recall... I'm looking at the wrong one. Truth say...
I'll be right back real quick.
Okay. If I recall, 1 becomes 2. It doesn't actually take a. It doesn't take a charge. You just an action just happens. You just do it once. Once every long rest, if I recall.
Is there a...
Range is 120.
Yeah. Does Isaac need... Okay, like if Isaac went down the tunnel to get back upstairs by himself, does he need to do anything special?
Not if the stairs already shifted, which they are, because you just need to get back up. But yeah, I don't think you guys shifted it back to the other section in a while. So you can just walk up.
Okay. While I guess Riley and Shorty well, at least while Claire's still distracted, I'm gonna hand it to Azek, and I'm going to instruct him just to take it outside and put it somewhere where if it detonates, it's not going to hurt anybody within like a 30-foot range.
Okay. Make a stealth check for Azek.
Let me see.
He's on the Hawk currently, right?
Yeah, but I was trying to see if I wanted to go through the trouble of casting invisibility on him. I can, right? And technically,
Yeah,
is he
I think so.
considered like a creature?
Yeah.
Hold on.
Okay. You roll if she ceases to notice. Okay. Happens a lot in this campaign. Whatever. I'm always off by 1. This happens so much, like, more than you think. Ugh. You see Claire... Like, Azek, as a Hawk, takes the thing. He doesn't exactly have a lot of pockets to hide this thing, so it's out in the open. As Azek hops down and begins, like hop up the stairs, trying to not draw any attention of flapping. Just as he crests the corner at the top of the stairs is when Claire turns to look at him. But she just sees like the tail end, quite literally the tail end of a bird just hop away without actually seeing the disc. Claire kind of points towards that and looks towards you, Riley. Do you see like a bird just kind of like hop? Like hop up the stairs?
Riley, with his perception, even if he wasn't trying to look at it, probably would have seen that Azek is attempting to flee.
Yeah, you saw the whole thing, even through peripheral vision. You saw it.
Yep. Yeah, I think I did see that. I'll go check it out.
All right, I'll come with you.
Riley will pretend. Uh-oh. Oh no.
Also, the intention wasn't Azek was gonna hop. I just thought he was gonna fly. He's a bird.
Flying birds is the attention gathering. Especially big birds.
That's fine.
I'm
That's
back.
fine, as long as he's not just penguin hopping down the tunnel.
Yeah, by the time he
Or,
gets
like,
to
any... Go ahead.
yeah, by the time he gets to the tunnel, he's probably safe enough for him to start flapping. So he'll make it down the tunnel before they even get up the stairs. But, yeah, like birds are weirdly louder than you think.
Who's going
Yeah,
down?
they are.
That Isaac going down the tunnel?
Azek's going down the
Yeah.
tunnel with the disc that Zero stole from Claire. With a Q.
And now Riley has to feign ignorance, so he will pretend to check it out, and I guess Claire is coming with him to check it out for real. Riley, as he's walking towards the stairs, will very subtly turn towards Zero and make an angry face.
I shrug.
I'll make a happy face in my meditation.
This is chaotic. You would enjoy this.
Okay, as you crest the top of the stairs and look to the left, you see, like, you get there first, you see the tail end of Azek, like, flapping and, like, turning the corner to the top of the stairs. He's out of sight by the time Claire gets up there.
I will turn to Claire and say, I don't see anything, do you?
No. I mean, as a bird, maybe kept going. Yeah, and she begins to walk down the tunnel.
I have to keep an eye on her.
Okay. As you follow her taking the lead this time. Azek, with his own abilities and commands, he finds a spot probably good like 200 feet away, like in the snow, and just dive bombs into it like a fox, like trying to look for voles in the snow, and try to get as like deep down as possible before letting it go and just flying back towards you. There is
So
unfortunately
Azek is flying back towards us.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is nighttime though, so he does have, and he's like I guess he is kind of, well, he's still black, but he's also slightly glowing blue eyes. So it's still gonna be hard to notice him. That being said, the bird is flying back.
Wait, so there's a clear way outside from here?
I mean, like all you have to do is just go from the basement through the tunnel up the stairs that leads you to the main end, leads you to like the main throne room where you've like met the arbiter initially.
Yeah, but I thought we needed to use the password.
To switch.
Yes.
To switch from one to the other. It's just been going from top to the basement the entire time while they've been here.
I'm confused. Are we not separate from the throne room at present, or are we?
No, not really.
Okay.
Yeah, the password just switches from one room to the next. So like if no one switches it back, it'll stick on whatever. If I recall, it just sticks to that one path, if I recall.
Okay.
It's like hitting the dime switches in Zelda. Okay, but Claire just kind of keeps going, goes out to the throne room. And just looking for a bird in the rafters. But she finds nothing. She does spot a kind of like a humanoid shape in the dark, like in a corner somewhere. You with your dark vision can turn and just see that is Merrick posted up in a dark corner, just in case of assassins. You know,
right.
can't be backstabbed, and just has a wide view of the throne room. Claire just looks up. Sorry.
At some point, I would have, I don't know, I guess as Riley would have left, I would have cast message to Riley and be like, why the fuck are we walking her around Teague right now?
Riley will respond, she wanted to check out the disturbance. What am I gonna do? Not keep my eyes off her?
I'm gonna cast message again and be like, she doesn't call the shots here. Last time we took them out there, we had them blindfolded.
Riley will immediately forget that we did that. And, alright, he'll say, alright, well, we didn't find what we were looking for. Let's wrap it up and go back.
Make persuasion check.
Uh-oh. The dice are not agreeing with me tonight.
Still 20. She kind of looks around. Well, alright. She kind of just sighs. Just kind of apologizes to Merrick again. Sorry for disturbing your sleep, sir? Yeah, sir. Merrick does not respond. As she kind of heads back down the tunnel. Yeah, back to where her sleeping spot was. Sans a disc thing. She kind of pokes her head into the tent of the two fake creatures. Think I could room in here for a little bit? You hear a very simultaneously no before she kind of goes, oh, okay. Kind of awkwardly paces for a couple minutes and then just kind of rolls into a ball and kind of sleeps on the cold floor.
Cold floor ain't so bad once you get used to it.
I guess so. I guess I'm already used to cold floors. Well, good night. And she just closes her eyes.
I'll sleep in the fire.
Yeah, you can.
He can.
You can. As you get into the flames, you just crawl into the coals, honestly. It's nice, actually. It doesn't feel... It feels warm, but like that nice warm. It's fucking fire, but it's like it's kind of like being in a warm bath for you. The hot, red hot charcoals that are on your tuchus right now feel just like a warm, heated seat. The flames licking you is just like, you know, nice, hot, steamy water just kind of licking around your flesh. You do smell burning though, as while you are fireproof, your clothing aren't.
I'll take off all the clothing.
Yeah.
Stop. Shut. Stop.
Riley, you look away for 1 second, and your resident crazy wizard has stripped off all of his clothing, which is now kind of like smoldering in like this stinking pile, and he's just full nude, meditating in the brazier right now.
Chris, get the fuck out of the fire. Put your goddamn clothes back on.
It's warm.
Whatever then.
Yeah, you meditate in the fire, and it is one of the better meditations you've had, to be honest. It is luxurious for you. What do you meditate on, Chris?
I think I'll meditate on I guess several things like what is Jarnhat really up to? What is it going to be like talking to the Platinum Council? How are we going to get in?
Okay. You're meditating that, you're thinking like, yeah, kind of like the consequences of your journey right now. Yeah, like what is Jarnhat up to? And just thinking, like, piecing together kind of evidences and like logics, maybe? He's a logic guy. For a snap second, you feel like the thought goes from what is Jarnhat up to what is Jarnhat like when he's on fire? And then it's the images in your head is kind of just like his office, which you've been in, and himself just kind of like screaming on fire, just running in his office. Then you think about the next things, like what is like talking to the Platinum Council? Like who are they? You know, what's their agenda? That your thoughts go to. What happened to the Platinum Council got set on fire? And then the imagery kind of shifts to like what you imagine their gathering point are and what they look like themselves on fire. And then your thoughts go to how do you get in? And their first instinct is like, what if we set the building on fire? Then make an opening, you can get in. You find yourself as you're meditating, you can kind of control it after a little bit, but you do catch this. All of your thoughts on any of your thinking, if you think about it long enough, it always ends up, what if it's on fire? Like, it's like you're trying to write an equation and then something just splashes red paint on it. Like, whatever it was, it immediately gets derailed into just like flames, more or less. It didn't deter you from resting, but it is distracting.
Should I make it like a goal to try and focus those thoughts of things being on fire towards like the enemy, towards like the moon, that sort of thing?
Make a... It's gonna be weird.
Maybe it will be like a thing over several days or even weeks, like just to try and train my mind to force those thoughts to go that direction.
Okay. I'll say for today then, make a d20 roll. Standard d20. One 20-sided dice. Okay. This night, it is a kind of a struggle. This is actually the first time you've experienced it this time. You try to distance yourself from these thoughts. You catch yourself on it, but it's this weird urge in your brain that's like constantly going to like these thoughts of flames. The first night you don't have much success of trying to control or at least focus this I guess urge in a way. But your rest does complete 4 hours later. Riley, nothing of note happens in your...
Do I note that Claire actually sleeps?
You look at her, she's not really... She hasn't moved in a while.
Like stasis again, or...
Make a perception check. You're thinking maybe she is just like weirdly stasis this again, but no, you actually, with your perception check, Jesus Christ. No, you actually notice the subtle differences. She hasn't moved physically. Like she doesn't roll around in her sleep. Like, but what she does do is breathe.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, she is breathing this time.
Okay.
But that's all she does. She doesn't like roll or shift or anything. But oxygen.
That is
from
a significant
outside.
upgrade from literal stasis, so I'll take it.
Yeah. Okay. But your watch is up, and Chris, you awake. Would you like to perform a watch, or do you want to just do something else? Do you want to scribble on people's faces while they sleep, or?
Yeah, I'll do a watch.
Okay.
Yeah.
Make your perception check. Okay. Keeping an eye. Not sure what you're keeping an eye on, to be honest, but just keeping an eye. After what happened with Claire, basically anything could happen. Nothing really happens. It's kind of just quiet. There's no wind or anything. You kind of just hear the sounds of breathing, I guess. Everyone just kind of collectively exhaling and inhaling. As you're kind of just being in the fire. It is just nice in there, so you don't really want to leave yet. You're buck nude. Not that it matters to you. Warm enough. Okay. Everyone can complete a long rest.
I don't think I used any resources that day. Nope, I cast a few spells, never mind.
Okay. But 8 hours have passed since... Let's do this. Yeah, there. That's 8 hours. Not that you can see it, but the sun is rising. Okay, as you all kind of awake, bleary-eyed. And, yeah. There's a train to pack. Even the fake creatures kind of get up. They seem not more comfortable, but they haven't died last time you spoke to them. So they're kind of getting up. Kind of brushing their teeth. Claire does that weird thing where she just kind of opens her eyes and stares at everybody for a minute or so. And then gets up. Well, good morning, I think. Nope, yeah, it's morning.
What's staring at us for a while there? You calibrating or something?
It's just kind of like... I don't know if it's called. I don't know if it's calibration. It's kind of just like routine, I guess.
Well, whatever floats your boat, then.
Boats do float, and that is how mine goes.
There's a reason that saying exists.
You ever think about a life outside of water?
I live one most of the time. So, technically, yes.
Just the impression I got from you was very like aquatic focused, you know?
You would be correct.
Yeah, so I thought you like, I don't know, some sort of like merman or like a fish man.
A few steps removed from that.
Okay, well, I'm mostly right then. That's a victory for me.
What do you think I am?
You're an elf.
He's a freak, is what he is.
Well, yeah, you're an elf with a cool eye now. It's weird how you just kind of shoved that into your head and it was like, okay. Didn't connect the nerves or anything at all. See, this is why I don't like magic.
Yeah, I assumed it was some sort of magic.
The rules show loosey-goosey. Engineering, you know what's going to happen. Everyone can see clear as day.
Unless something goes wrong in the engineering, then everything blows up.
Yeah, or rattles apart. Or, you know, dismembers somebody. But magic can do the same. Arguably worse, honestly. Claire sort of waves up to you, Zero, on the carpet. Good morning.
I say nothing.
Claire turns towards the two of us. I don't think he likes me anymore.
Yeah, the whole being suddenly betrayed by Sylnia thing is not,
Well, I don't think it was a betrayal. I just think it was just a miscommunication.
Yeah, we can view that as a betrayal, though.
Yes. I mean, subjective. I just didn't think it would be that big of a deal.
Stole my sphere.
I mean, you kind of stole the
Zero.
train to begin with.
I'll turn to Zero. Zero. The one you are cross with is Jarnhat, let's be clear. This funny robot woman is not the issue.
Sure, but as it stands, she's not here acting of her own volition. She's here as a tool under instruction.
Don't call me that.
Okay. She is a... She was sent here by him for a reason.
An agent.
Yeah. It's a better one.
I'm an agent, but an agent
I know.
of chaos.
Yeah, we know. Thank you.
We've been aware.
Claire turns towards you, rather. Are you an agent of fish?
I suppose? I don't know if my goddess would enjoy that as much as being an agent of Storm.
Oh, you're a holy man. I didn't know that.
For now.
Well, that's not very pious of you. Aren't like religious people supposed to be like, you know, super devout? Kind of said, yeah, I'll drop my god at the drop of a hat.
Well, I didn't say that.
For now, you said.
I said, no, my god's domain does not fully overlap with my own interests, so... It's still a perfectly fine partnership.
Oh, so it's not like a religious worship thing. It's more like a business deal, like a pact, like a blood pact.
Sure, let's go with that one.
Okay, do you have like slice your hand open, like, you know, put on like a bloody peach tree or something?
No, I kind of just offer up fish sometimes, and cool things happen.
Oh, that's not as cool as I thought. Are you all like religious people? Like holy people? Like worship, devout?
Well, it's more like we understand what godhood is.
What's godhood?
It's when you become a god.
That is very vague and non-specific.
And I would like to keep it that way, I think. Lest that one gets stronger. Points to the blue.
I could probably make myself full of holes and then become a holy man.
If you can make creme Sylnia, you could probably fast track that. A lot of hole making things in Sylnia.
Oh, he's well acquainted with those.
Oh, you've been shot before.
In
Wait, Chris, have you been shot before?
I've been shot at?
Yeah.
There's part of me that kind of wanted to explore an adventure, but now that I'm hearing your account, I don't know if I want to.
Well, if not for us, do you think Sylnia would have been being able to be prepared for the end times? Or would they have gone on, clueless?
I mean, they're pretty prepared. And that's the whole thing is, you know, preparation.
How are they prepared?
Oh, they're always making stuff.
Sort of stuff.
Yeah, guns. And things I can't talk about. Anyway, train.
Rain.
Do you have a method to bring this back to Sylnia?
Wasn't it all... Didn't Chris already put it in the demi-plane, or was that happening right now?
That's happening now.
Oh, okay.
I don't know if I can open two simultaneously.
It's not concentration, is it? It's 1 hour. You can, if you cast 2 different spells.
Okay, I guess I could cast one at 8th level, then one at 9th.
Okay. Yeah, as you cast 2 demi-planes. I'll say one of you make an intelligence check, just for pure logic to see how you can puzzle both all of these pieces in.
I feel like Chris probably has the highest intelligence, right?
Me and Chris are pretty comparable. I don't know.
I'll say like
I have a 2, so,
Is,
you know.
is Chris a 20 intelligence?
22.
Oh,
Yeah.
22.
Yeah, you should probably
22
do it.
intelligence?
Yeah, because he
Oh,
has
you're-
that thing that permanently increased it.
The total.
I'm gonna throw up.
he,
Okay, yeah,
he
yeah.
read the book.
I'm gonna
Remember,
throw up.
intelligence and wisdom are separate for a reason.
Throw up.
Okay, 19. It's certainly doable in an hour. You very much have to fast track this, but it is possible to fill up about half these things pretty good. Stacking the big stuff up the bottom and then slowly building up. And because, you know, if you think about the whole, like the side of the demi-plane, it does not take as much effort to do this. It's still like you know, like ladders and like having to like boost each other to like reach certain spots, but it's not anywhere near as trying to stack a 30 by 30 cube full of stuff with no wasted space. You can be a little loosey-goosey and it's okay. What you do? Over the next hour, you all very rapidly have to assemble everything through pretty precise instructions by Chris within the time limit. Moving all these beams and like metal parts, screws, and boxes of screws, especially, and these like valuable, fragile, probably irreplaceable parts. Make sure like they have the highest chance of not breaking. but with that intelligence check, it is possible, and it is done by the end of the hour. Nothing broke. Do you think? And as the time limit is coming up, there's like a few minutes left before the final piece is put in. As the demon planes shut, the entire train is now condensed into 2 arcane, just like pockets in the ether somewhere in the world.
Well, we can deliver those tomorrow.
You see Gilk sort of like is kind of breathing hard at, like, you know, moving all this up. He's like mostly hauling the big shit because he's a horse. He kind of goes, yeah, can you deliver us back now, if you could? The dragon, and then to the boat, and then we can go home.
I mean, you're still gonna have to be camped out there on the boat for another day.
Yeah, but at least we're
That's
not
still-
here, so.
Yeah, right.
Trans-
Teleporters, you know what to do.
Transfer looks around. Who's the teleporters?
Chris, 0.
Yep.
You gonna bring them back to the ship?
Yeah. If everything's all loaded up, I will teleport Chris, because he has to be the one to reopen it, I guess, to help us out. I mean, who else going to help unload?
I mean, they even really need help. They got plenty of men on the ship.
That's true. Okay. Then
Well,
yeah,
I'll have
take...
to do it tomorrow in order to get the slots back.
Oh.
Or he could just have a 4-hour nap.
That's true.
Elves.
Elves.
I guess we could
I'm fine
all
with that.
teleport there together then, and after I get rest, back to the coals.
Chris is gonna lug one of these braziers to his room and just sit in it for now. Claire sort of speaks up. I mean, I don't mind waiting around for another 4 hours. I didn't find the disc. That sucks. I thought it'd be maybe, you know, lost in the parts, but no, went through those pretty good.
Oh.
Nothing was broken either.
Yeah.
I'll conjure up a frisbee and then toss it to Claire.
So disrespectful.
She catches it. Thanks. I guess. She kind of throws it against the wall, like, really hard, and it rebounds back towards her, and she catches it again. And she just does this for, like, a few minutes before she gets bored. So you can take a 4 on the map? Oh, you want
Yep.
to? Okay. Right. 4 hours pass. Would anyone like to do anything at that time?
Nope.
Okay. You're all kind of milling about. Chris, you put yourself back on the coals again. I don't even know if you dressed yourself the first time. You're just walking around nude. But throw yourself back in the coals, and you get the full rest once again. All spell slots back. Are you teleporting the ship, or are you flying there?
Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna see what Zero says.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I was going to use my teleportation to just teleport us to the ship. But I mean, once... is his rest done already?
Yeah,
Yep.
4 hours.
You didn't do anything, so.
Then yeah, I'll load up the fucking nerds. Is Riley going or no?
Yeah, sure.
I'll load up the nerds, and I don't trust Nyx here by herself. That's out of character. So I will just tell the gang to gather, and I will teleport us all back to what's his name ship.
Librahame.
Right, that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right, that thing you did.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
No other ulterior motives there whatsoever. His name didn't spell anything.
Okay, I believe you.
Okay. You don't have an object there, do you?
No. I mean, unless you
Is-
count the fucking nerds.
They are unfortunately not objects.
Objects they have on them, or can I grab like something they have on them and be like, well, this is technically from.
Is the disc?
I don't have it.
Yeah, and like, I mean, like, the nerds have been here for the past couple days too, so they probably between here. Or like, you're not even sure how that'll work, because like you're not sure if that'll bring you back to Cilia where that shirt was made, or something.
I'll just take my chances, I guess.
I'll ask them. Did any of you take anything off the ship?
Just the stuff we got.
And what stuff did you get?
I got clothes and our tools, but like, we've been. Those are from Sylmia. We've been here for a while.
What do you mean we've been here for a while?
We've been here for 2 days.
Okay, and?
It's like I just don't know if that will like connect to the ship.
I mean, it's better than I can't take a piece of the ship with me, so I mean, something.
Okay. Claire's kind of just like pulls up a wrench that she has.
Oh, Claire is helping me? Nah, never mind.
She puts away the wrench as you realize, ugh, the dwarf.
It's not a character phone.
Ugh, the dwarf.
I just didn't know it was her talking. I mean, yeah, I'll just tell them whoever has something from the ship, I'll take it, and I can get us back there faster.
Claire holds up a wrench.
Okay, I take Claire's wrench.
You take Claire's wrench. You cast teleport on it?
I guess, Simon.
Okay. Roll the D100 for me. It's gonna be weird.
I like those odds.
Okay. Oh, Jesus. Where is it? Roll 3d10. Okay. Everyone takes 13 force damage.
Is that enough to down some of our non-combatants?
I would say the Fae are on the cusp. Claire seems fine. Zero, I need to roll another D100. Okay. After phasing through reality and having your atoms rent asunder by magic, you find yourself atop the deck of a ship. A long black iron ship. Not the one you initially boarded, one of the side ones. This was a similar role. Similar area. Immediately the crew spot you and begin sounding alarms and everything. You see Gilk and Trent being the immediate outliers and everything. Go, hey, it's us, you know. We never fully met, but hi, Scholar, other ship. You see someone.
Do we see the other ships in the Armada? Like they look similar?
Yeah.
Okay.
They've just been kind of anchored here for a while. Kind of see someone on the deck kind of flashing a mirror at the other ships, and you see some flashes back. You're kind of all being held at gunpoint while a rowboat from the ship is being very slowly rowed. Despite all these mechanical, wondrous technology, they still just have standard rowboats, as that seems to be convenient for them. On it, you see a very tall Goliath man, kind of like tentacle tattooed face. One Admiral Lebrunhame.
Right, we're back. We've got the ship. Or the train, rather.
Right.
The train for the ship.
Yeah. And you brought the 3 back with you. And they are not dead. Good. Okay, where's the train?
Chris, if you would.
You want it all loaded on this ship?
It does not matter.
Okay, I'll open up both demi planes here on the ship.
Okay. As you open it up, all the entire train neatly categorized. You see a couple of the crew members kind of bewildered for a bit, but eventually they kind of wandered in and begin to, with more hands, very quickly kind of unload the train and kind of bring it back below deck. There's a large hatch that kind of opens up, leading to some sort of cargo bay further down the decks. So they're not just running through the doors with individual parts. This takes less time than when you did it. And within 20 minutes or so, both demi-planes are cleared out of parts. Yeah, Lebanon is just kind of watching, not helping, as commanders do not. He kind of at some point kind of turns to y'all. And were there any difficulties? Were these scholars just, I don't know, too much? They talk a lot.
Well, you'd be interested to know that one of them is a robot.
What?
Yeah, Claire, the dwarf woman. She's a robot.
Like an automaton.
Something of that nature, yes.
Claire sort of looks at you with stern eyes. She puts her finger over her lips. Sheesh.
What?
These giant
Something
hats.
was going to give it away eventually. You may as well just embrace it.
I'm not supposed to embrace it.
Why not?
Because I'm not supposed to? Maybe because that's not information people should just be having?
Everyone should have that information.
It's a damn shame, innit?
Yeah, it is. You see the Admiral kind of slowly turns towards Claire. And then turns back towards you. Right, well I guess this doesn't really affect my mission now, does it?
No.
Just,
That said, she had some sort of disc device? Aids with sleeping or something? Going to need a new one of those.
I don't know what you're talking about, but sure. Claire sort of begins to like, not look worried, but just she's kind of going like, okay, you guys, your job's done. Okay, you guys can go now. Bye.
Talking to us.
Yep.
Well, Admiral, do you agree with that assessment?
Honestly, it barely affects my job. Even if you tell me, it's not going to do anything.
No, I
not
meant
going to say
agree with the
anything.
assessment that our work here is done.
Oh. Yes, actually. You deliver the train. No, its parts, at least. Scholars are not dead. Job done. I don't have any paperwork for you to sign, but job done.
All right.
And can I make an insight on Claire to see if she's leaving with anything that she's not supposed to?
Make an insight check. Hard to read. She looks not happy that Riley's just kind of expounded classified information. But that's about all you can read. Yeah, the animal sort of goes, do you have a dragon to return to, or...
And technically, I guess we could go anywhere we like.
No, you can get off one of my ships. That would be nice. Good start.
I'll turn to Zero and Chris. Well, what? You two going to have me walk back then?
I will cast teleport and take us back to Teak.
Okay. As the scholars begin heading towards deck after a strange set of days, you teleport back to Teague. Familiar icy Teague. And you find yourself in the courtyard where you see a lot more people just kind of jovially hanging out. More food overall. Not warm drinks, but drinks that isn't just plain ice water. Overall, it's feeling less like desolate prison city and more like small town now.
Interesting what a few days of food will do.
I will telepathically ask Isaac to show me where he put it.
Understood. As it begins to just kind of fly up, not super high, but be within eye shot as he goes out towards the city. About the west side or so.
I'll take my carpet to keep up with him.
Okay. As you begin to fly up and dig. Now he goes to like about 200 feet from the wall. It's snowed over now, so the imprint of his face diving into the ground is gone, but he remembers where it is, roughly. He's been kind of digging around, and he begins, searching for it, basically. Takes you a couple minutes because you're not sure how much it snowed over, you're not sure where it is, but eventually you do. Okay, you do find it. As you pull it from the snow, what used to be a golden disc has now melted, corroded, or like acidified in a way. And now it's just kind of like this green, gross orange, patinaed, just scrap metal, basically. Like none of the ruins are visible. If you found this in like the middle of a junk pile, it wouldn't look out of place. It didn't explode like Claire said, but it seemed to have destroyed itself at some point.
That explains the lack of explosion noise. I was waiting for that and it never came.
I will take the scrap back with us, I guess.
Okay. Okay. As you turn to leave, Charge sort of peeks his head up the snow. I didn't actually put that too far away from where Charge was found. It acidified, if you were wondering.
Thanks.
He still retreats back into the snow. His little tufts of fur kind of gliding down into this little cubby hole he's made. Okay, need to take it back to where the boys are found. Presumably in the building.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, yeah. Riley, you're the first to get there as Azek and Zero do something else, and Chris is too busy sitting in braziers for a little bit. You get inside as Marin's kind of just sitting there. So, I suppose that's one thing ticked off.
We shouldn't be expecting a Silian invasion of this place anytime soon.
And we're also missing a great weapon.
Oh, we can make our own.
Can we?
Sure, Chris can just wish one into existence.
Whatever. Anyway, what is next on the list of tasks?
Well, as far as I understand, the Xodiacs have collectively decided we want to hit up the Platinum Council.
Right, you did mention that. That is... I don't know all of them personally, but I do not know how productive that'll be. Feel free to try if you think your godhood status holds any sway there.
I don't think it will.
It won't. Let me tell you something about the council. They are half of them, from what I hear, are actually taking their job seriously. And the other are conniving, kind of sacks of bastards. I'm sure you're familiar with the type.
Dealt with several of them.
The one thing they have in common is that they are almost at all times diametrically opposed to each other. And normally that would be the king's job to deal with, but unfortunately the king is a fool and a coward who delights in too much wine and cheese and women and men to his liking to really deal with any of the actual problems of running a government. So they've been running roughshod over it. All of them.
Par for the course.
There's no unifying voice.
Well, perhaps the end of the world could be one.
I somehow doubt that. But you're welcome to prove me wrong. So, how are you planning to tackle that particular conundrum?
Oh, me? I don't have a plan. That's Zero's whole thing.
Oh, we are having a good start. Zero, you probably arrive at the scene at this point now, too.
Yeah, about that. I need 6,000 gold.
From the treasury here? Because we have none.
From whoever is willing to shell over that kind of cash. I look at Riley. I don't mean from you. I just mean, however we have gotten money in the past, we need to get more money.
So, let's raid another pirate town?
That or like a nice bank.
I don't
I
feel
don't
good
know.
about stealing from a bank.
I don't anymore now.
Merrick kind of wardlessly leaves.
I'm back.
Why?
Yeah.
What happened
Chris,
about a bank?
Chris, you come back meditating too hard in the fire, completely nude. Now you come back to this conversation. Riley walked into the Beacon of Repentance, talked to Rin a little bit about future plans, and talked about the council. Zero came in and was like, I need 6,000 gold. And now they're contemplating, how are they going to get that? And one of them was robbing a bank, or a pirate town, or a dragon horde, or various ideas.
And you say Merrick wordlessly leaves.
Yep.
I'm gonna wait for him to come back.
We can see a window.
I mean, there's always the what's the word? The Rexen option. We've never really needed to go down that path, but same way we never really needed to go down the fuck with the pirates path, you know? Some paths have money, and it's not that much money. It's a lot of money, but like we've had to acquire way more money than that. It's just 6,000.
If you deal with the Rexons, that would leave not a power vacuum, but it would clean up the slate up in Thane a little bit.
I mean, as far as I understand, the power vacuum is being filled by us
Yes,
in real time.
there's two competitors to
Maybe.
the power vacuum.
Maybe we'll bring Sunny out.
What does any of this have to do with Sunny?
I doubt Sunny's reaches this far, Chris.
Mare kind of walks out with like a large chest. It looks kind of waterlogged, or previously waterlogged, and just kind of covered in like barnacles and dry seaweed, and kind of just plopped on the floor.
What you got there?
He kind of opens it, and there's just like, it's just gold and platinum and jewels in it.
Yeah. It's less what you got there and more where did you get this from?
Yeah, where'd you get that, bud?
The king or the arbiter's stash or something.
No, remember that weird water dragon thing when we killed that floating shark monster in the lake?
That was a long
the
time
one
ago.
that was hiding Greener.
Yeah.
That was a
There was
long
something
time ago.
there.
Well, it spat a chest of gold at me. I just never spent it.
Does Riley remember there being a chest of gold there?
I believe, if I recall correctly, you guys went to GodCon and got like the conference with powers, and like I believe the thing just spat a chest of gold at America's like, hey, thanks.
Huh.
I could be thinking this. I could remember this wrong, but I think that's right.
I don't recall this, but that's fine because that was ages ago.
Yeah,
Merrick, do you know how much money this is?
approximately 7,000. Not all of it in coins, some of it in some gems, but give or take.
Okay, well then I would owe you 6,000 gold. I wouldn't feel right taking this off your hands.
I don't care.
I know, but you're one of the pillars and the remnants of what is Teague. You're gonna need this, even if it's not for you.
Right now, money is not exactly a resource that we need. What do we want to spend it on? There's no shops up here.
I guess. If I take this, I still owe you 6,000 gold, Merrick.
That's in your head. Do what you want.
That's fine. Okay, that's fine.
I do have an idea of how to get into the palace, but
Go ahead.
I don't know if you want more information prior.
I would say let's wait to workshop ideas after we get an idea of what we're dealing with, because you've never even set foot in the Glass Palace. I don't know how valuable a plan made before we've even looked at the building is going to be.
As long as there is a window and I can look inside it, we can get in.
Well, it's assuming they don't have any type of, I don't know, magic block. I wonder how close, not close, I should say, but how hard it is to get close to the king.
Well, considering he's participating in infinite debauchery, I should assume quite easy.
Oh, I didn't think about that. Okay.
If you want to sway anybody, it'd be the council members. They're actually the one running the government right now, in lieu of the king. The king technically has final say over everything, but honestly, they just use the men to just get him to sign a yes on every paper they give him.
Yeah, but it'd be nice to get him to give a fuck about his people.
Oh,
Unless
he does not give a
said and
fuck
done.
about his people. As long as his plate is full and there's something around his dick, he's happy.
Who's speaking to me right now?
Marin.
Ren.
Okay.
This is Gary.
I'm gonna turn to Riley and I'm gonna be like, Riley, did we kill the king?
What are the consequences if we kill the king?
That would be a real power vacuum. It would be a free-for-all with the Platinum Council. The king
Would they
has
enjoy that?
Probably. But the king has a son who I believe is a current heir. He would
Right.
take over, but the kid's only 15.
And what is he like? Is he the same?
As far as I can tell, he actually has a decent head on his shoulders.
Would he enjoy his father being murderized, though?
Doubtful.
Murderized.
And what, Marin said doubtful?
Yeah.
Okay. I guess we can put a lid on the king situation for now and then just worry about where it actually matters. How the fuck am I supposed to transport this?
Oh, the chest of gold?
Yeah, I'm asking my party members. I mean, can I just teleport it with me? If I just hold on to it?
Throw it in bags of holding.
I guess, yeah. Okay, yeah. Can I scoop approximately 6,000 of the jewels and gold and stuff into my bag of holding?
Yeah. You're a thief, you know. You can't track for shit, but you can count gold pretty quick. You can scoop them pretty 6,000. Like fairly approximately, maybe a little extra, but like it's not enough to really worry about. Leaving, I would say, about 1,700 left.
Yeah. And then I will, leave that rest over to Merrick, and then I can teleport us to Obethus. I cannot get back though. This will be my last teleportation of the day, so I will. If we want to drop this off today, there's no need to. I don't know how quickly he'll be done.
Oh,
he
you
may
went
already.
to... Oh.
Yeah, I saw him. Well, he might already be done. He said it was going to be a one-man job. Yeah,
Well.
Chris, do you mind going with us then and to get us back home?
Yeah.
Okay. Teleport to Obethus.
Sure, with whoever wants to go.
Sure.
Okay. So you head to Obethus. It is basically midday.
It's still the same day that we offloaded the train, right?
Yeah. This was like minutes after, actually.
Okay.
find yourself in the little alleyway that Zero has picked out for themselves. Decent secluded, but also in the rich part of the neighborhood. To better thievery. Okay, I'm assuming we're heading to the... What the hell did I call this thing again? The chasm. The cistern to the undermarket.
Yeah.
Okay. I'd say... Yeah. Today, as you're kind of passing through the High Parish, as that's the closest, the best road to take to the undermarket anyway, at least from where you are. When you pass by the congregation, you see not a preacher, it's one of those like manic people yelling about the end is nigh kind of guys. Like a doomsayer, I guess. He's kind of like old, scraggly, really wispy hair, and he has not bathed, eaten, or slept in days, but he's currently in the congregation with like a mild gathering, just like saying stuff like, prepare, the end times, gather weapons, gather food, Dwoon bids it so. And you see a lot of people being like confused, but they kind of discussing it as you're kind of walking away from this crazy dude just talking about the end times. The actions of some of the gods are beginning to take foot.
Can I go up there for a couple of minutes and just help him?
Scare people? Sure.
Or well, does he have like flyers or like papers?
No, he's just yelling really loud. Dude, I'm not even sure if the dude could speak or like a dude can write, but he is I don't know if a prophet, but he's certainly a messenger.
Yeah, I'll help him out. I'll try and help him gather a crowd.
Make a okay. How are you doing that?
I'll say, "Hey, this guy, he has something very important to say. You gotta listen."
The hype man to this doomsayer.
Yeah.
Okay. Make a persuasion check. That's not bad. You actually get a decent traction. People aren't weirded out by you, even with your eye. If anything, maybe that lends more credence to this dude's words as you begin to like double the size of his crowd. Basically, it's still not like a stadium arena like gathering or anything, but it went from like 20 people to about 40 or 50. As you begin to spend next minutes as you're passing through, just kind of getting people to listen. And you do hear murmurs of people like, maybe we should get a mace or a sword. They're kind of expensive. Maybe a spear is better. And people are talking about like food, like should we stock up like non-perishables? And then like, yeah, some of them aren't taking it seriously no matter what. But at least the message of preparation is being at least sent out.
Call me crazy, but I think Obethis might actually weather this just fine.
Yeah, this section of Bethis, at least. Okay, but passing through, you make it to the undermarket, head down, and see that hole that got punched with a crowbar repairing it, fully fixed. It's already a little like scribbles. Other kobolds have already graffitied and like marked it. But find yourself in the shit-smelling undermarket once again. Zero, you were here last night. The other ones, the elves, I don't think you've been here for a while.
Long time.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn to Z and be like, "It's pretty bad down there. Are you sure you want to go?"
She's following you, but she has her like shirt like pulled up across her nose.
Okay. Good enough.
Yeah. And Claudine
Mix with us?
Oh yeah. The whole party, the whole gang's here. Okay, but unless you guys want to buy anything in the undermarket, you can also just
What even is for sale in the undermarket? Let's
Yeah, I
be so
didn't-
real right now.
What do you
We have
want in the
time and we're
undermarket?
all here now. What do they got?
What do you want? They got drugs, they got weapons, they got any illicit goods, they got smuggled goods, stolen goods.
I mean, we kind of
They got
dealt with
services.
the whole weapons and armor thing in Calbay, didn't we?
Yeah. Like there's guns here, but they suck. Now that you guys are actually familiar with guns somewhat, especially Chris, these things suck. The capital S suck. These are like, you ever seen those Somali pirate like homemade guns? That's kind of what these are. They're like tubes stapled to like wooden like broom handles with like a little like makeshift trigger. They're functional, but God, they suck. That being said, they are guns. They will still hit hard, assuming they don't explode your hand. Yeah, there's also services, like thieving services, of which Zero partook. There is... yeah, there's some strange trinkets. There's like a... If you guys... It depends on if you guys want to investigate the night market, the undermarket a little longer. You guys can all individually make either perception, investigation, or persuasion checks, depending on how you want to handle getting information out here.
I don't particularly think Riley wants any information. He's good.
Okay, I like to just not do anything here and just wait for your compatriots, assuming they want to do anything down here. If not, we can continue to the place. Okay. Chris is persuading people. Zero, you're partaking in undermarket debauchery. Well, not debauchery, but...
Yeah, what do you want me to roll?
Either perception, investigation, or persuasion. Your choice.
Don't ask me silly questions.
Perception
Roll
it is.
perception, roll perception. Shut up.
Make an athletics check for some reason. Okay. Chris, you begin to kind of not like investigate, but look around or ask people what's good here. There is some gambling dens if you like to partake. High stakes, apparently. A lot of people have lost their fortunes. Some people have lost their lives in there. But like you get the lowdown on like interesting stuff that are like frequented. So there seems to be some sort of like I believe there's a bar here or something similar to it. Let me check actually. Nope, I have no notes down here. That's cool. Yeah, there are.
Moth Ecclenumen.
A Monthoth Ecclenumen is that?
Yeah,
is he down here?
Monthoth. Yeah, does he have a franchise establishment here?
Yeah, did he have a pop-up store in the undermarket? I'll say actually, weirdly he does. He managed to actually get a good enough, not a business deal, but like his products are good enough that he actually expanded his services to the undermarket in the last year. So you can buy his poisons here. It's not him down here, but it's some associate. Weirdly, it's a 9-year-old halfling, so he's even shorter. But he's like covered head to toe in like gas mask gear, like hazmat shit.
I was hoping he'd be inside of like a ye old vending machine.
Just like an arcane vending machine with his face on it, holding like someone really enjoying Pepsi, but instead of Pepsi, it's like a poison. When you buy something, it says like a cool tagline. It's to die for.
Evil Pepsi.
Evil Pepsi. The forbidden Pepsi.
The fuck you Pepsi, if you will.
It's a great Pepsi, but you only enjoy it once. Yeah, I believe I have a list of goods he does sell.
Essence of Dream Bell.
Yeah, actually. Or something close to it. he has, yeah, like the very weird like crafting system I had. He basically sells the most powerful poisons that like require like mastery to make. Like he sells like poison that do like 10d12 necrotic. He sells poison that does 1 damage per day forever, I believe, or something like that. And it reduces their max health, so it will kill them eventually. Stuff like that. Fun poisons. Okay, but that's what Chris finds. Zero. You find the hidden stuff. The stuff that are like kind of a little hush-hush. People that don't frequent them, but the stuff they sell are very specialized. You see one person who's kind of like in the corner, not really like with the larger market, kind of like clockwork contraptions. I think I have it. Jesus. Yeah. You see someone in the corner with like a bunch of like clockwork creatures. They're like ticking. They're kind of like brass. They made some brass, and there's like they're kind of crawling all over them. You can at least 5.
Go ahead.
You also spot, if that doesn't pique your interest, you spot an old woman, kind of. She's also likewise like the other person by herself. She's currently rolling what look like knuckle bones, or like some sort of bones of a creature that have been bleached like white and have some runic symbols on them. I'm not sure if that's like numbers or dice or some magical artifacts, but she is currently in this small hovel with like, I guess, dried, desiccated animals. There's like a rat being hung from a tiny little noose made of fishing wire that is like not rotting but dried, completely devoid of any liquid and water. You see a bird likewise hung by a tiny little noose, dried, desiccated. The largest animal you see there is probably like a rabbit, of which is missing 1 foot.
I'll stop at her first and just ask politely what you got there.
Hexes! Hexes to curse the soul, curse the mind. Hexes to destroy your enemies from inside. Are you interested?
Sure.
Jinxes and curses.
Sure.
She kind of claps together her hands. You see that she's missing both pinkies. And it doesn't look like a wound, she just doesn't have them. She looks human, but she is very old and decrepit. Kind of like an upturned nose, really scraggly hair, and like losing a lot of it, like in patches. Despite you being in a sewer, she smells somehow worse. She clasps together her 2 hands and begins to like pull out and like almost thread together some of these animals, like parts, into this like weird desiccated chimera.
What jinx do you want today? Vulnerability? Death? Yes, it's always death.
Are those the only 2 options? Vulnerability and death?
I am amenable to adjustments.
What about something that would help me acquire something from somebody else?
Jinx of blindness! Blindness, yes.
Sure.
She takes what looks like a very small owl. I'm not sure if it's a baby or if it's just that small. She takes the owls and it still has eyes for some reason, and she plucks them out and then threads them into this like little tiny little bracelet. She takes another like a set of animals, and just like these patchwork chimera like weirdness. She makes like this, like the body of like a small animal made entirely of eyes. It looks like canid in in form, like this dog made of entirely of like desiccated dried eyes. it's only probably like 3 inches long, or 3 inches big. And she kind of hands it to you, or it's about to, but then pulls it away and then pulls out her hand.
500! 500!
500 what?
500! Gold, yellow!
No. I will buy it for you for one less zero than that.
Oh, you misunderestimate power of jinxes and hexes and curses.
What school of magic are these jinxes and hexes and curses?
Hexes! Hex magic!
I was gonna humor her, but she's asking for big money. Man, can I insight check this?
Make an insight check.
Oh.
She's so manic that you're not entirely sure what to think.
I will lean in and I will tell you what. I will buy it from you for 50 gold. And if it works, I'll come back with the other 450. I promise you I will.
Make a persuasion check. She sort of goes,
Hold out your hand!
I hold out my hand.
okay. She kind of puts the little eye dog on the floor. And she takes out a really, really small curved hook knife and she begins to try to not peel away your fingernail, but begin to take a cutting of it. Do you let her or do you pull away?
I pull away.
Yeah, she gets a small bit, but like it doesn't fully come off. She sort of like looks annoyed at this and goes,
Bah! No respect for hexes, no respect for curses these days. No one. I'll curse you!
I'm sure you will, ma'am. Can I just... Okay, if it works, I will sing your good praises, and I will tell everybody that you are the real deal.
she looks even more offended at this and goes,
Payment and exposure? No. First rule of business, never accept exposure as payment. 500 curse of blindness, hex of blindness. No one sees you. I'll see you.
This is a really big thing I have to steal, though. Like, a really big thing.
Curse of blindness.
How do I apply this?
Think, hex them.
It kills me because, like, Zero knows how magic works in the world. Like, you can't scam me on magic, bro. But I'm also just, like, I'm so curious. I'm like, what is she doing?
she's selling hexes, jinxes, and curses. What do you think?
Simon, this lady's about to get me out of 500 gold.
Or you get a really cool magical dog. Eye dog thing that blinds people. You're not sure, one way or another. It's 500 gold and she does not seem to be willing to compromise on that price, though she was trying to steal one of your fingernails.
Why did you want my fingernail?
Extra ingredients, double blood curses.
Devil blood?
Yeah. Straight from the hells, the powers of 9 hells you are. Powerful magic.
How much will it make my price go down?
Half.
For fingernail?
Yeah.
Not blood, a fingernail.
Fingernail! Blood is free!
Blood is free.
Free to obtain, or it makes the process free?
Look, art is up to interpretation.
That's crazy. You need it fresh?
Fingernail or blood?
Blood.
Yes. Dead devils don't do. Live devils, yes, captured. Tortured for entertainment.
I'll give her my fingernail.
Okay. As you kind of hold out her hand, she takes out that hook knife and begins carving away that fingernail again. It is not the cleanest job you've ever done.
Is she just cutting off like extra like you would clipping your nails, or is she taking the nail out of the nail bed?
No, she's not taking it. She's cutting away like where you would like clip your fingers, pretty much.
Okay.
Yeah, so it doesn't hurt. It is certainly uncomfortable, and it's gonna do that thing where like if you put it like your hands in your pockets or close to your clothes, it's gonna like catch and snag. Fucking hate that. But she got a tiny fingernail clipping from you, and she's like using it. She's cutting it into even smaller pieces, like she's like cutting a sausage or like a leek or something. And she's turned it into like 10 little portions, and she's individually sectioned them into their own little, like I guess their homes on the floor.
250.
I give her 250.
Yes, you hand her the gold, and she hands you this gross dog made of eyeballs.
Simon, I swear to God, if I just got scammed. Simon.
That's on you, innit?
I guess.
Hex of blindness. No one sees you. One use. No, two. No, one. We'll still find out.
I'm going to speak to her respectfully, and I'm going to say to her, if this hex doesn't work,
Yes, you'll come and find me and kill me. It always happens.
yeah, I will find you.
And you will kill me.
I don't know about kill you. I'll find you, though.
You will cause grievous pain. I know this. People have said. They never come back because my hexes always work. Or they die.
I will return and I will repurpose you.
Finally, a threat that is scary.
Reaper.
I thought I'd say re-home to like a retirement home. Like, okay, grandma.
I will just give you a little nod. And what was the other guy? Like a clockwork tinker?
You know, some figure in a hood just sitting in the corner with like 5 clockwork creatures around them.
What do you got?
I just kind of looks up. It's actually a half-elvish woman. Kind of like tannish skin, dark black hair. She kind of looks up at you, and like her eyes are like really gleaming green. Clockworks.
What does that mean?
What do you think it means? Because clockworks. Little contraptions, do what you want with them. Just don't link it to me.
What do they do?
Depends what you want them to do. Want them to steal things? They steal things. Or explode. I can do that too. That would inject poison. Make an intelligence check. This is brain stuff. You're not sure why, but these clockwork seem vaguely familiar.
I know why.
Especially there's a couple of them that kind of look like spiders. They're kind of crawling around. They have like little threads.
Uh-huh.
Are you buying or not?
How advanced can they be?
Let's put it this way. My worst contraption, okay, will make the engineers at the academy shit themselves.
Can I insight check that?
Make an insight check. Hard to read. She seems confident in her work, at the very least. You're not sure if that's just talking up, though. You can stand there staring at me all day, you're going to buy something.
Do you have a business card?
No.
Of course not. What's your name?
Ooh, that costs money.
I have money.
Well, that'll cost you 50 gold then.
What's your name?
Do you give her 50 gold?
I give her 50 gold.
Althea.
Althea?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'll be in contact.
So you're not buying anything.
I shrug. And
Are you a
walk away.
cop?
I shrug and I walk away.
As you're walking away, you kind of feel something tug at your ankles, and you see this like little white thread kind of wrapped around it. It's kind of like coming from the spider.
I look back up at her.
You, the authorities?
Do I legally have to tell you that?
Yep.
Also, the authorities where? 'Cause
Here.
it depends who you ask.
I don't know, the authorities. Somewhere.
No, no Bethas.
But somewhere.
I wink at her and I step on the thread to break it and I walk away.
Yeah. As you walk away, she just eyes you for a little bit. The entire time you're in the outer market, anytime you look in that direction, she will be looking at you.
Yeah. Very useful to have found her this late in the campaign.
Yeah. I think she was here in the outer market. I don't think just any. No one just rolled like that well, I guess. Or I just never really brought it up.
Or we never tried to buy things because we didn't have a gazillion money.
Yeah. I think at the time, the last time we tried to buy stuff, those fake, shitty knockoff guns were kind of expensive. So the stuff she's buying is like way out of the price range at like level 4. But yeah. She's down here. Okay. But assuming no other purchases are made, unless Chris, you want to do something.
I'll do go to the. Well, actually, let's gamble a little bit.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So there is no upper limit to how much you want to gamble here. Like I believe in the hall of the 10, there is an upper limit, kind of. Like, there's like a high stakes area, but this is just, underground, not really monitored, just enforced. You kind of go to this really, really small. It's less a room or like a set of stairs that leads to some sort of like maintenance area, and there's no maintenance being done here. They're just people just gambling. Games of dice, games of cards. You see someone actively being drowned in a vat of like wastewater. He eventually stops moving, but not your problem. And people pay no mind to it. People are having drinks and eating, and generally having a great time when they're not being drowned. It does not smell great here. It smells of smoke and feces.
I'll try to gamble.
Okay. Okay, I'll say, how much are you putting up?
I'll say Can I use the dice?
You can.
Well, I guess I'll put up all my money.
All your money. Okay, how much is that?
200. Well, I'll put up 276 gold.
Okay, that's all your money?
That's all your money?
Yo.
Well, I have
wizards.
320 silver pieces and 2 platinum. But I'll put the 276 gold.
Man, y'all are poor now, okay, 276 gold. Make a deception check, because you are actively cheating. Normally this would be a luck check, but you can come up with the numbers yourself. So this is a deception. Jesus. Yeah. You look up at the sign, and there is a sign here that says no smoking, which is crossed out, and it just says yes smoking. One says no loitering, and it says yes loitering. The other one is an addition to the sign that says cheaters will be shot, hung, beaten, hanged, drowned, burnt, and acidified. That one is not crossed out. So let's get on to cheating, huh? Yeah, but you do. You use the Jupes duped dice you picked up from that one treasure map that actually came from the city. I'm thinking about it. As you begin to just kind of like, not quite blast your way through the thing, but like you manage to get enough money before people start getting suspicious of you. You start winning too much. I'll say the amount you put up, you get double of it back. So you get it to 276 plus 276. However much that is. How much is that? 276 plus 276. So on top of the money you already have, that's 552 extra for you.
On top of what I already have?
Yeah, so if you have 276, you didn't change your money value, did you?
No.
Okay, so just add 552 then. That's what I meant.
552 to 276?
That's sorry, like you just got back double your bet. So whatever your money value is, just add 552.
Okay, just 552 then.
Yeah. If you would like, you can continue gambling here, but if you're going to keep cheating, the DC will be increasingly higher.
Well, I think that's good for now.
Okay. Extra pocket money, and you come in, walk. You come in, just get money and walk away. You know when to quit. That's good. So your hands don't get broken today. Another day though. I'll get you. Okay. Anyone would like to do anything under market while you're still here?
I'll ask Z if he wants to do anything.
In this fucking place? Absolutely not.
Seriously doubt.
No, she is more comfortable hanging out with you than anywhere else in this place.
That's totally fine.
I do want to go to the Monthoth Ickleman stand.
Okay. You see this 9-year-old halfling kid. You can only tell he's a halfling because he's shorter than most children. And he's currently in like this like really bright green, like really heavy cloth, essentially hazmat suit. Like you can't even see the face really. You just see 2 large glass lenses peering out from you with like 2 little tiny kid beady eyes and this really long metal like tube like protruding from the mouth. Very inhuman looking. He's currently sat in a honestly fairly nice chair, just surrounded by vials and stuff. Some of them are burbling actively. There's like a little alembic and like a burner underneath it that's like constantly bubbling. Various different colors, very tropical looking.
How goes it?
Have you come to extinguish the life of your fellow man?
I've come to extinguish something.
The only thing we extinguish here is life. that vile disease which we all suffer. This, he pulls up one like vial he has, is its cure.
What is that?
He kind of looks at it with, you can see through the mask with like eyes of longing almost, like, yeah, like it's almost love in this little tiny vial. It is a just clear vial. It is like totally like colorless. This is the vial and toxins of slow death. Put this in any food, any needle, so long as it is within the grotesque body of man, it shall do its deed. Guaranteed.
How much is it?
For the vial of slow death, this is 5,000 pieces of gold.
Oh.
That vital metal that makes the world turn.
Well, I was kind of looking for something like do you have any like gas that kind of explodes in a confined space?
Ah, a change in delivery method. This can be done.
Maybe, do you have something that paralyzes people? Like a gas that paralyzes people?
We do. He holds up a separate vial. This one's yellow, actually, bright yellow. It almost looks not unlike piss, but like really, really yellow piss. He holds it up.
Nerve freeze. In liquid form, 1 drop inside the body will cause paralytic nerve damage. Sometimes permanent, sometimes not. An extra fee can change delivery method. In liquid form,
Right now, but he kind of puts it into this little small apparatus, triangular shaped, and it kind of plugs in perfectly.
now, an aerosol it turns into.
That's pretty cool.
Paralysis galore. Very cool indeed.
How much is that?
800 for the toxin, an extra 200 for the aerosol distributor. 1,000 pieces of gold.
And how far does the aerosol distribute?
Roughly 220 feet radius, 40 feet diameter.
It's a pretty decent sized room.
Guaranteed to clear any room for any room clearing needs. Better witch to stab them in the throat when they cannot defend themselves, so the last thing they see is your eyes staring down upon them as you press the tip of the blade through their esophagus.
I think that's happened to me, actually.
Then you are a fellow purveyor of death, one who has touched its beautiful form and come back to suffer in this mortal coil. I pity you, fellow man. I pity you.
I've encountered a few gods associated with death.
Name 2.
Well, Deirul.
Ah!
And,
Paltry.
well, we've seen Maith.
Maith. God of murder, not god of death.
Well, causes death.
A cause, not a vehicle. No, what I seek is that sweet transport from one coil to the next. That brief glimmer between. That is where true beauty lies.
So can I get a discount?
Make a persuasion check.
I know your boss, Monthoth Ickle Newman.
Make a persuasion check nonetheless.
Of course. What other outcome could it have been?
He has not rolled below like a 10 this entire night, I don't think. He sort of, his eyes light up from beyond the great thick glass lenses.
Master Ickle Newman, you are acquainted.
Yeah, he's a good friend in Silnia.
Name one feature about him.
You know, he's kind of like you, but he's he's very passionate about his work.
You think Master Ickle Newman and I are alike?
Yes, very alike.
50% discount.
I accept.
For the nerve freeze and aerosol distributor.
Is that 500?
It was 1,000, including the aerosol distributor. With the 50% discount, that is 500 pieces of gold.
I'll give you 505.
A kind man, a gesture that will not be forgotten when you are killed. Truly, the next realm will be kind to you as you have been kind to I. I believe with this extra 5 gold pieces, I shall buy a nice ice cream. Yes, ice cream.
Ice cream infused with poisons that can be edible.
Genius!
He begins writing something down in a notepad very quickly.
Children are no longer competition when this hits the market.
Would you like to buy the Neurofreeze toxin and aerosol distributor for 500 gold?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, he doesn't wrap anything, but he kind of takes the demonstration vial and aerosol distributor that he set up basically and just hands it to you.
Simply press the violin from the top quite hard. It will activate.
Awesome.
Toxins galore, still more to buy?
I think that's all for me today, but it's good to know that you're here, that there's a little shop here. I'll probably return in the future.
I look forward to it, sir. Send Master Ickle Newman my regards.
He will be an important ally in the near future.
Ask him if he has forgotten about me.
I'll be sure to do that. What's your name?
Thomas!
Thomas?
Yes,
What's your last name?
last names are for friends, which you are. My last name, taken from my master, is Ickle Newman. Do not
Thomas
tell him
Newman?
this. Yes.
Okay. I'll remember that. I'll be sure to remember Thomas Ickle Newman.
What is your name, sir?
It's Chrysostomus Killager.
Chrysostomus Killager. The very name of death was within your surname. Yes, you must be the one.
I'm the one.
You are. And with toxin of nerve freeze in your hand, all will bow before your might. They will have no choice but to do so, for they will be paralyzed.
Everyone will be paralyzed.
With fear or with toxin. Both can be true.
Both.
You and I think alike, sir. Be away with you. Be away.
I slowly walk away.
Yeah, you just hear very muffled and a very high-pitched voice.
Death must come to those who deserve it, and you will be its vessel.
Zero, while you're here, you kind of hear some child screaming in the background. You're not entirely sure why, talking about death.
Excellent.
Okay.
What's Claudine and Nick's doing this whole time?
Ooh, you're sounding robotic. I believe Nyx and Claudine will probably just be following you around. I don't think Nyx has a whole lot of money on her. I think she has like 500 gold at like tops. Claudine might have, actually. What does she want here?
I will be right back.
Okay. Oh boy, okay. Claudine is a little bit loaded. I don't think she wants anything here, though. Claudine actually comes up to you, Zero. So how much do you want one of those clockwork things?
I mean, I don't even really know what I would use it for yet. I was more so interested because she, I think, is the one that made the spider that we dealt with actually here in Obethus a while back. But nonetheless, I don't really have a purpose for it yet. I think I might have use for one, but I don't know exactly what I wanted to do yet. Why?
For no reason.
I want to inside check that.
Make an insight check. Okay. I mean, she's not exactly great. She is not exactly a people person. She's not bad at it, I guess, but like, yeah, you've known her a little long, like long enough to kind of see her tells. There's a reason for this. There's absolutely a reason. What that
I
reason
see
is,
nothing.
yeah, you can only surmise what the reason is, but she is clearly hiding a thing. Or at least avoiding the question.
I see nothing.
Okay. Yeah, Nick sort of comes up towards you, or behind you, Zero. So, this is where you've been hanging out. Fun place.
I've been here a couple times. I wouldn't say hanging out.
Home away from home.
It's, you know, a similar crowd somewhat to a few people we know, but I don't know. I think it smells better in Fintu than this.
Yeah, I mean, Fentu isn't covered in shit. And feces, or unwashed. Well, I guess some of them are unwashed. Well, not for long.
Considerably better than this.
Yeah.
So,
I
No,
don't
I
remember what
wouldn't
it smells
say-
like, actually.
can I inside check that?
Make an insight check. Hard to read. Yeah, hard to read. she said it with like, you know, like with like small smile like she does with everything these days. Nyx kind of continues. So what's the business here?
I had some payment to drop off.
Oh, you owe debts.
Yeah.
I didn't think you for a gambler.
I'm not. That one is. No, not over to Chris.
Okay, so what payment for services rendered?
Yeah.
Okay. Simple. I guess it's not a smash and grab, it's a drop and leave.
Yeah.
Easy going for once.
For once.
You live a turbulent life.
I agree. Actually.
So what's the plan, assuming we're all not dead by the end of this?
By the end of what?
No. Kind of looks up and... Yeah, the thing.
I've thought about it. I'm not sure. Probably keeping a regular trek between Fintu and Teague and all the cities in between. Helping to continue replenishing resources where needed, but also helping them to establish their own sustainable means. Fintu ideally shouldn't have to rely on scraps being pulled from any corner we can find it in the city. And same for Teague, which is barren of resources, much like Fintu. But I think the goal here is to change that so these people actually have a future without having to rely on likes of me or anyone else with enough stupidity to try to go back and continue retrieving.
Yeah, and she kind of smiles a little wider and then just like kind of circles around behind Claudine, making eye contact with you, and just kind of like leans her head up against Claudine's shoulders while grabbing like her shoulder as well. And are you going to make an honest woman out of her?
What does Claudine do when she does that?
Kind of like freeze up and blush.
I mean, it's not really a one-person decision, so that and I don't know. That's not something we've had to talk about. Nick's great for putting me on the spot in a sewer of all places. And I will. I'm gonna reach over and flick her in the head.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, and you do. She does not dodge it. They just flick
I
meter
missed that
AC.
conversation. TLDR.
Claudine asked Zero if Zero wanted the little spooter thing, this clockwork spooter. Zero was like, maybe. More interested in what the person is, or like you know, the you know, like the history behind that as opposed to the thing itself. And Nick started talking like, what's plans after? Zero said, like, you know, like, you make stuff a bit better for Fentu. They shouldn't have to rely on like fucking thieving stuff. Generally making like a thriving city, or at least really town. And then final thing was Nyx clasping Claudine on the shoulder and asking Zero if Zero will make an honest woman out of Claudine. At which Zero responded, no comment for now.
Still in process.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm caught up. Go.
Okay.
Continue.
Yeah. Nyx, after being flicked in the forehead, she kind of like rubs it a little bit. I would say it would turn pink later, but she's already pink, so. But she kind of just follows you along. Claudine, yeah, now more sheepish, I guess. Yeah. Any other business in the undermarket? Okay.
Not
Harley has been waiting to get taken to Poe for like 15 in-game minutes.
Probably been like closer to like half hour, so wandering around.
That's even worse.
Yep.
Taking in the sights and sounds.
Yeah, of rushing sewage and people getting the shit kicked out of them. Zia's sort of next to you, Riley, just kind of sitting as awkwardly as you are, pretty much. This place.
Yeah, this place fucking. Oh, is she asking whether I like it or not?
Yeah.
I'll cast tongues just to make sure that my everything is gotten across. Essentially, I'll say, "Oh no, I hate this place."
Oh, okay, yeah, me too.
I would wish they would stop faffing about and get to the point. It smells horrific down here.
I mean, I guess I have business or something, but please hurry it up. I guess you're not really the criminal type.
No,
That's good.
I've had to obviously deal with criminals and organized crime and have done criminal acts myself. But the culture, not about it. Just the results.
I suppose in the line of work you are currently in, hard to be picky.
Exactly. Which is precisely why we're here and not outside breathing fresh air.
Fresh air sounds good now. I do wonder what is here, though.
Well, I had a look at what Chris was doing, gambling. And had a look at what Zero was doing. Looks like some sort of strange clockwork spiders and maybe some poisons?
All fascinating, but all not worth the feces smell.
Oh, absolutely not.
It's amazing how these people can spend their time here.
Well, from what I understand, they make a lot of money doing so, which is rather oxymoronic.
You do it in a sewer.
I'm going to look around. Does Riley remember where Poe's room is?
It's a little away from the auto market. It's near-ish by, but yeah, it's connected, but it's not directly in the auto market.
Okay, so he would not remember then.
You might be able to. I mean, your memory's pretty decent.
True. You know what? Why don't we take it upon ourselves to just get there first? I'm tired of waiting. Riley will attempt to go there.
Okay. Yeah, I've been there once, but I guess you don't read these, can't do you?
Nope. But I do have tongues up, but that might not matter.
No, these can't not really like a language. I guess you more comprehend language you need it for that.
Spoken language. Yep. Okay.
Yeah.
Would not work.
Okay, I'll say make a perception check. You know, you're good at these.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, that was pretty bad.
Okay. It takes
It's worse than my passive.
It takes a little bit, but you do eventually find your way back to that room. You've been there once. The shit smell doesn't go away, but it's certainly less strong because you're not next to a cistern the entire time. Yeah, and there's just a large, decrepit wooden door there with a slot for eyes to peer through.
I guess I'll give her a knock.
Yeah, you knock. You just see kind of eye slot open up, and you see kind of gleaming yellow eyes staring at you, white scales. Yeah,
Is this where I enter a password or something?
yeah.
Yeah, I don't have a password. Perhaps your associate would know the name Riley.
Oh, shit, Riley. Yeah, okay. Almost a carbon exact copy of the interaction last time.
Oh shit, that is 0.
Oh shit, that is 0. You see the eye slot close. You see a bunch of locks unlatching. As you open it up, you see a tall, muscular, white dragonborn just covered head to toe in plate mail. Yeah, come on in.
Yeah, we'll do.
I guess he looks around. I guess I'm the boss for a bit.
Oh?
Yeah.
Owen is not around?
No, not currently.
Well, I guess the others wasting their time in the other markets are right to do so for now.
Well, if you're trying to escape the shit smell, worse places to do it.
Truthfully, I'd rather wait outside, but something tells me Zero wants me around for diplomacy.
Diplomacy.
Yeah.
Are you expecting to begin into some sort of political debate here and down here, or what?
I have no idea what to expect. Zero didn't tell us anything.
Yeah, well. Yeah, you're welcome to stay here a little bit. Miss one of them cots, or have an apple.
Sure. Take you up on that offer.
Yeah, friends opposed, friends of ours.
How much does he pay you?
Oh, well enough. Honestly, it's not as good as well, Mike's working for the Silverwind fucks, but you need to get high up there, and at least Poe treats us better.
Yeah, sorry about Silverwind. That might be partially our fault.
Yeah,
I'm gonna give him 5 gold. It's like just a thanks.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah, treat yourself to something nice later or something.
Yeah, about 1/10 of my dinner tonight. Thank you.
1/10.
Oh, we got expensive taste down here.
Fair enough.
Not a burst economy, you know.
And this is a Dragonborn, right?
Yeah.
What color?
White.
Okay, yeah, no, never mind.
I generally don't know if you met this guy before. I think you probably have. I just once 5 years ago.
They know us, which is more than enough.
Yeah, they may not remember you, but they have at least heard of you.
Right. And well, that and also, yeah, it's hard to not know of us in the underground, isn't it?
Yeah, you're definitely more well known in the underground circuit than the above ground. Yeah, make yourself at home. Yeah, I guess. Okay, and you just wait there with Zia for a bit.
Yep.
Yeah, and Zia just does partake of an apple. Eventually, all the shopping in the undermarket is done, and looking around, Zero, you lead the Grills and Chris to where the Faceless hideout is. Exact same place. You knock on the door. You see a white dragonborn looking up at you. Oh shit, Zero. Door opens for you as you see Zia and Riley already here.
About time. You guys took your sweet ass time over there.
The white dragon sort of looks up at you all. So I take it there's not a what's jeez, blanking. What is it? Not here for entertainment, I guess.
I like entertainment.
Oh, don't we all? But this ain't it. So What are you here for?
I have money for. Oh, I don't know his name.
Gamis Reedon.
I have money for Gammy.
Gammy, okay. Oh yeah, the job thing. Jeez, I forgot about that. Yeah. How much did you say it was?
6K.
Okay, that is. It's enough to buy my dinner. Yeah. I guess you just leave it somewhere out here, and I'll take care of it.
So wait, Zero, what exactly did you requisition then?
Paid him to stake out the council and the glass palace or whatever. So we know what we're walking into before we just roll up on them.
6,000 for that. Yeah, I guess that's worth it.
I mean, it's not exactly mom and pop
Inside
steak
check.
shop.
Can I inside check him? He said just leave it anywhere.
Sure. Make an insight check. Okay. Yeah, he's not exactly making like a big show of it. You gather that he generally does not seem concerned where you leave it. That could be just because he just doesn't care, or positively, it could be he just trusts the people in this building enough that they're not going to just steal it all.
Yeah. No. Begin emptying it out of my bag.
Just one way when you scoop out
little corner.
Yeah, into the. You go to one corner. You go, that's someone had an accident there. There's piss. Other corner, please.
Actually, can I put it in Gammy's bed that he had been in?
I mean, it's not exactly his bed, but sure. So we all share things down here. Yeah, as you go to the bed that he was sleeping in, you're just putting under it.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah, as you've been piling it all under the bed, it looks, more safe at the very least. This little cot. Yeah, the white dragon board, and as you're kind of spooning it out. Yeah, I'll let Big Man know that you dropped by. Payments all done and dusted. I'll count it just to, for bookkeeping's sake, but yeah, I'll let him know you dropped by.
Wait, Zero. You already ironed out the deal?
Yeah.
What you need us here for then?
I don't know. If you guys wanted to come to a Bethos.
Back up.
Yeah.
I'll turn to Zia. Do you want to go see the town?
Sure.
Alright. Come find us later. We're out of here. See ya.
Okay, that's Riley kind of just storms off.
There might be fish in these sewers.
Not the kinds I want to eat.
Some Stardew-ass valley fish.
The
Okay.
ghost fish.
Riley, where are you taking Tia?
Wherever she wants to go.
Okay, you guys are currently in a cistern.
Because she's seen the Hall of the Ten already, right? Yeah.
I believe so.
So doesn't really need to do that again. So basically anywhere else, essentially, then.
She kind of just wander aimlessly through the towns. Probably the coin quarter mostly. Mostly because that's like the main entrance that you see. Not the main one, but like, you know.
It's the closest to us.
Yeah, more or less.
Well, actually,
Like
I guess this is the closest, but
yeah. It's the biggest main
not
gate,
fancy.
at the very least.
Yeah.
And she goes through that gate. Yeah, she kind of just doesn't really have any destination particularly. She kind of just wanders around. She heads by Liberator Park, I think. Let's have your token up here. Yeah, as you... Have you guys actually been to Liberator Park? I think so.
well, it would be marked off on the thing, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't have a thing, actually. Oh, no, it does.
Yeah, as you head there, it's basically a public park. This one brief respite of nature in an otherwise like sprawling metropolis, medieval part of metropolis. There's like little, like small wooden park benches. There are. There's
So
a
we're up
pond there.
here, then?
No, I your token where you are right now.
Oh, that's not Liberator Park, then.
Oh, never mind. You are right there.
There we go.
There we go. I was looking at the other one. The big purse. Yeah, you're technically close to the to the where Answin got her throat slashed too.
Oh, that's what this the heartbreak was. That's right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, where's the Night Fort?
It's around there. It's around like I believe where basically the center of the heart. I think.
Hmm.
It's no longer the Night Fort now. It's the Nightshade.
Oh yeah, that's where Monthoth
Yeah.
is.
Yeah,
I thought
Correct.
No, he wasn't in Sylnia. I caught that. The kid didn't. I caught it. Yeah, you take a nice stroll through the. By the time you get there, it's actually pretty much evening. And yeah, there is like a pond there as well. There's like there's no ducks right now. It's too cold, but there's a ephemeral beauty to like a park in the evening, just as the sun sets over the city walls. It's kind of gleaming its last rays of light across just snow white ground, basically. The pond's frozen over, and you see the statue of some human man, long flowing hair, rusted and patinaed, but holding like a sword up aloft on a large stone.
Well, that must be the Liberator they named the park after.
It seems to be. Yeah, as you kind of sat on the park bench with Zia, you see a couple people just kind of walking by. Kind of staring out, looking at things. Zia eventually speaks up. I don't know if I've ever seen a city so large.
Yeah, the ones in Narset are not quite as large as this. Even the capital.
The capital is very small by comparison, but it is layered. At the top and bottom, separated quite distinctly.
Oh yeah, there was something like that, wasn't there?
Yeah, you never explored the bottom half much, but yeah.
Zero certainly did.
Yeah. That's how they uncovered the plot.
Right, with the, what was it, mother's milk?
Mother's milk.
Yeah. I guess it's not so different here. They just, instead of tiering them, they have the inner walls and the outer ones.
Maybe, but it's just with so many people, it is it's easier to blend in. There's a comfort in that. Back in our
I'm
set,
glad
it
you think
was-
so.
Back in our set, it was with so few people. It was hard to, I suppose, to be forgotten, especially when people keep telling stories about you.
And nobody knows your name out here.
No, it is easy to get lost. I assume you're not a big fan
Of getting lost?
of the city.
I don't know. I owe a lot to the city. I guess getting around is a little bit of a nightmare. But there's plenty to see. And I guess if you're a little bit more normal than I am, plenty to do. I'd like to retire out to the forest and get some fishing done, though.
I think that's even better, actually. Not even being in the city, just out there, lost in the world.
Well, now that I know that there's another 2 continents, I'd like to explore those, I think.
Perhaps a new species of fish. New waters to sail.
Plenty to see. Plenty to get lost in. Especially because the ocean is massive. But, well, looks at his sword. I can storm that. And so can you.
She kind of smiles. You're an interesting man, Riley.
You're the only person who's ever told me that. Everyone keeps saying I'm so simple. So one note.
I don't think that's always a bad thing. Life can be very complicated, so someone that revels in the simplest things can be refreshing.
I agree. It's nice to just unwind and not have a gazillion different things lined up. I'm so ready for this to be over.
I think so too.
Zipping from one end of the continent to the other without really taking in the sights is a bit drab. And mostly being business is also bringing it down a little bit.
Well, that's why we're here, is it not?
Indeed. Everyone else can deal with the business side. Well, especially because it was already dealt with. Though, should enjoy this while we can, because they'll find us, and then we'll have to go speak to the Platinum Council in whatever form that manifests as. Back to business.
For now. In these few
For
hours,
now.
we can take it in. There is one more thing I want to do, actually. Before
And
the
what's that?
spell wears off. Look at the lake really quick.
Riley will do as instructed.
You feel a warm and mildly moist peck on your cheek.
I had a feeling, yeah. Riley will look back at her in bewilderment.
She's kind of on the park bench, just not looking at you, kind of looking at the ground, with a, yeah, not a beaming smile, but a genuine smile. She just, as the spell fades, as you're kind of wandering through town, the hour is up. The last words you understand are, "Thank you for saving me."
Riley will take her hand, and he'll say, in Elvish, "It was my pleasure."
Yeah. And for as long as you're able, you'll be at that park, just kind of holding hands in the bustle of business, in the chaos of apocalypse. There is one moment for you carved out in a park at the evening time sun, midwinter. That's just for you.
Cute.
Okay. I think, unless there's any other business anyone would like to attend to immediately, that is where we'll pick it up next time.
Hell yeah.
Things are going.
It's nice that Riley got a little moment at the end, because he was mad quiet the whole time up till then. It's our RPEXP.
RPEXP. How much do you guys level up, actually?
I think he says 540, right?
You're the 540. You guys are 1,400 away. Give you guys 3k.
Yeah. 529.
Okay.